walked into a room, and then there was this man talking about having storefronts all over the world. And it was really his, and what he was saying to me and educated me on is that, the masses, the people of us that are here now, we're a certain kind of person that we found this industry early. We had the courage, we're entrepreneurial, we're just that kind of person. But the rest and the bigger group, the way that they're going to find their way in is because they need something. And so the stores and the store model that our company has is to be able to be face to face with those people who need that. And we kind of needed that as well, but it's someone that they can actually talk to, go in, get KYC'd, a place they can go get educated and get into the industry. And the first step into the industry, we talk about all these advanced things, and dealing with the community, I realized how long it'd been until since I was that person, and I forgot about what that was like. And I think maybe it's easy for us because we talk about all these advanced things. The first step was that wallet, and the wallet to me was some ether online thing. And it was completely, I was like, what is this? So to get people in real life into the store to do the KYC, to get their first coin into a wallet, the face-to-face experience is really how that's going to happen, for the masses. And then to be able to have a device in a store where you can then actually, buy a jacket with crypto is the step that I think that's going to bring crypto into real life. Because in real life, throughout the day, we've all spent money in this city, and it's all fiat. We want a world where we're not doing that, where we're actually spending crypto in all the places, and we're using this technology in our everyday life, paying bills and everything.
Ben?
So I think friction is a big thing in regard to crypto and Web3 in general, especially when you're trying to talk about networks that are lower cost to operate. For example, Polygon. If a US resident today want to go ahead and buy an NFT on Polygon, he has to go to one of the exchanges, buy Matic token, maybe buy some USDC. The problem that when you go to those exchanges and you're going to try to withdraw your USDC over Polygon or over Arbitrum, over Optimism, you'll find out that most of the exchanges do not support that. So onboarding users and customers into low cost network is still a barrier of entry. There are new products out there in the market, and my company is adopting one of them that allows onboarding of users that don't need to have any crypto in the wallet. All you do is you log in with an email, you get it generated a wallet, and the minting and all that onboarding is being done by the custodial wallet of the product. So we wanted to make it super easy for an 80 years old person with zero experience with crypto that only knows Facebooks and WhatsApp. He can go into our product, log in. The second he logs in, we create him a wallet. That wallet is now his. He goes and he funds the transaction with a credit card, but he gets crypto on the other side. So creating that ease of use and have that on ramp to bring money into the ecosystem with ease and with minimal friction was something that we saw as a critical point for our success.
I think we're going to go back to friction, but George, so one of the areas I'm really interested in are like artists in crypto, and it's been shown to me over and over again that sometimes artists don't think like everybody else, right? So when you look at artists and going into crypto, I mean, sometimes the artists I've talked to, the friction is even greater getting into crypto, getting into wallets. I mean, what have you seen with some of the people in the artist community as you talk about what you're doing in your space and as you're educating them?
Yeah, absolutely. It's very interesting because we're onboarding artists at the cafe. I call it the cafe at the club because it's not a nightclub, it's a private club, right? So we've been onboarding artists. Some are 20 years old, some are 80 years old, and it's very interesting to get their perspective. So we've got a 20-year-old graffiti artist, and he does his graffiti. He does really, really great work, and he sells it for $400 or $500. It takes him, 3 or 4 hours to do a job, right? So what he's done with us is he's got the whole back wall and he's just made a beautiful, beautiful mural. And we've onboarded him and taught him and developed his project. So now that's on OpenSea. So we've taught him and we've got him onboarded, and he's now selling his artwork. We're working with a gentleman named Jeff Lowe. He's 83 years old, and he's proud of that. And he's a traditional artist, and he's always sold his art to people he knows, and now through Facebook for the last 10 years. However, now he has sold his first piece of art through Club FOMO because it's on our wall and there's a QR code and it zaps you right there. And he can't believe it. He's just absolutely stunned. He's stunned that his somebody in Tokyo bought a piece, so he was really excited about that, and they're now friends through their social media, and he's chatting to him, and he keeps me updated on that. So it's just interesting to see how artists are taking this. A lot of them almost don't like it until they understand really what a smart contract is. That's just once they because they see all these different images and JPEGs and everything's kind of weird, and they're like, what is this? But when you explain what a smart contract is and how it works, if you see that light bulb, it's like, oh wow, okay, I get it now. I understand that. Jeff said that. He's like, oh wow, I used to sell my paintings for 5,000-6,000. Now he sells his paintings for 40 or 50,000, and he doesn't get a commission back on those paintings, but he will now through his NFTs. So it's really exciting to onboard people, as well as we do something called First Fridays. The first Friday of the month, we have a in real life event, and we invite all the crypto curious to teach them how to download wallets, not to be afraid of crypto. And then, moreover, to have fun, we have an open mic night because we are a club and we want to have a good time at Club FOMO. So we want to find Phoenix's and international the best talent. We want slam poetry. We want comedians. We want musicians to come in, display their talent, so we can work with them and create NFTs. So it's been really, really exciting. And
I love that. I'm thinking now that we can actually have art night in our centers.
Well, exactly.
I'd like to talk to you about that.
Yeah, I've got an artist out of Beirut where he is going to do his NFT drop at our club. So he's having an in real life event. He can't make it to his own event because he's having an event there in the metaverse. So that's how Club FOMO is mixing in real life events. So any designer in the world can do a drop, and we have a fashion designer that wants to do a drop in our Club FOMO as well. So it's really bringing in the real life, having a little cocktails and some drinks, but then also watching monitors and putting on your Oculus and watching a party in Paris. So it's been quite exciting. And Club FOMO is working and has been working for a year and a half on a project called Street of Dreams, because Van Buren, where the original Club FOMO is, used to be called the Street of Dreams. Now it's called the Street of Broken Dreams because of all the crime and so on and so forth. Through prosperity, we want to bring back the Street of Dreams, and that's our first NFT. And what we're doing, we're providing a super high utility NFT, in real life, high value NFT. And what it is that the Super Bowl 2023 will be hosted in Phoenix, Arizona, in 9 months, right? So we have an NFT that entitles the holder to the NFT that's going to drop on Thursday for a private mint, public on Friday. So the holder gets the entitlement to the club for 72 hours. So, and the NFT is a $25,000 NFT, and that might sound expensive, but it's actually very affordable, because to rent a club in Phoenix during the Super Bowl is a minimum of 50 to 75,000. So we've got different interested parties that want to host. Remember the Super Bowl last year, you have crypto.com and FTX, and all these people are going to be advertising, and they're going to be in the Phoenix metro area. So they're going to want to control Arizona's only NFT art gallery and host their events. And that's who this NFT might end up with. And a couple sponsors have reached out because they want to do in real life events as well as metaverse events. So
I mean, the concept of taking, like, this is the imagination. You stretch it out. I mean, it doesn't have to be incredibly big. It just has to be incredibly real and visceral, and that people are doing it. I mean, I think everything from having an in-person cafe or center, I think you're burying the lead. The fact that you have a place, a storefront where people can come in work with a coin specialist, is it?
Yeah.
And work and do that in real life, and do all the things that we need to do. Do all the things that you need to do. Those are the real life experiences. But what you all describe are ways to really collapse the friction in the process by going right in with a credit card to come right in to get where you need to be, to sit with somebody and work with them and to work with that. So in terms of, like, it says we're wrapping up these 11 minutes. I mean, when you're looking at friction in this space, especially from your in real life experience, and we'll start down with you, Mike. What are you looking at the way to collapse the friction to make it even smoother, like in your projects, as you see what you're doing, to make the friction between mass adoption and making things happen in real life?
Well, well, this is a system that was built by Hakan, on what he's doing with this, and I came in to say, just say, this is great. I'm your number one fan. Let me help. But it's really that the network of locations. It's the power of that, to put a store in every city, to put a center in every city in the world, that it speaks a message to the person that crypto is real. It's brick and mortar. It's here, and so they walk by every day, and they may not go into the store, but the next email they may get saying, "Hey, here's what's going on." Now they're connecting those two, and it makes it real for that person. So being in the street in front of people, it's different because we get so much coming at us on the emails and internet, that which one do I click on and who's going to advise me on this. So after walking into the store and talking to someone, then all of that other exposure and approach becomes more real for that person. That's my sort of take on it. And so we're helping by creating an NFT, um, where we're actually giving ownership away to our exchange through the NFT collection. So that's backed, an NFT backed by the sales that our exchange is doing in all, terminals and stores and online. And given access, but really making it real, by having a store in front of people as they're walking down the street, I think is a big step.
Yeah.
You hear me?
Ray, you want to try?
Uh, to me, it's real simple. Promote community. It is hard to be a lone ranger in this space out there. God, when I run into a lone ranger, I'm like, you need to be with us. To be a lone ranger in this, I can't imagine. I can imagine. I had this guy from day one, thank God. But as we grew, it was together. It was. I wouldn't have lasted 2 weeks if I was a lone ranger. So to me, it's all. It's it to me. It starts and ends of a community.
Thank you. So absolutely. Agreed. Community is the key. May it be in the metaverse, online, or in real life. And we're discussing in real life community, and it's a challenge because we do have people coming to the club that know nothing, and for one reason or another, some people have a negative attitude about crypto and NFTs, but they're still there for a reason. Why are they coming to the club? It's because they want to learn. They want to be a part of the community, but some people are just a little, like, they want to barely stick their little toe in, and I'm seeing that at the club, which is really cool because we can break them in and show them different aspects of the industry, which we've done. I think that community and education is the key. And also, a little off subject, I just want to talk to any project developer out here while I have the mic. I've been doing this particular project for a year and a half, and I have struggled. I've struggled. It's been so difficult. Some things in life come easy, and a lot of times when things come easy, it feels right. Like, okay, great, this is working out really well. And sometimes when I take on a project and do something and I come up against a wall I say, well, this isn't meant to be. But with this project, I came up with so many walls, so many hurdles. So if you're out there and you're feeling this, don't think in your mind saying, okay, well, it's just not meant to be, there's too many hurdles. No, break those hurdles down, work, 20 hours a day, whatever it takes. Put your passion into it. I really encourage it. It's an amazing industry. I've wanted to give up about 4 different times, and I didn't, and I haven't. And the people around me have told me, George, you know what? You are now an epitome of your own project. You are the Phoenix Rising. You have been knocked down so many times. You've been beat up and kicked in this industry, but you still get up. So I just wanted to give that word of encouragement. Anyone that's having a hard time, just stick with it.
Well, for me, it's a lot about reducing prerequisites. I don't want and require people to come with knowledge from home, come with crypto from home. I wanted to be able to use my platform with the existing tooling and what they have at hand. And the second one is simplification of taxation. Because in the US, at least for us, if you're using your EA for your Matic to buy an NFT, that's a taxable event. When you're having the on ramp and you're buying that with fiat, it's not a taxable event. So I want to make it stupid simple for my users to buy, acquire, and use the product.
Look, I got this handle. Okay. So no, so if anybody has, we have 5 minutes. Anybody have any questions about this? Or I do want to acknowledge the fact that I tried to reach out to, was it Naja Roberts, and but I just couldn't get to the right person, because what that's another group of people going around in real life, creating these places where people can learn not only about technology but about blockchain and everything else in different underserved areas and what they're doing there. So I did try to reach out. So if you know, we'll try to do that. But if anybody has any questions about what is it?
We have 5 stores in North Cyprus, and we have 1 store in the heart of Amsterdam, and we are opening our second European store in Berlin in the next couple of weeks. How they're going? North Cyprus, that's where we tested, and we've had an average transactional volume of 500,000 a day in those stores. Amsterdam, from day one, we're over 100,000 euros a day in transactional volume. That's without any advertising at all. So that's just doors open, people walking by. So from the growth of our awareness campaign, which will come in June, we believe our stores will easily have transactional volumes, 200,000-300,000 a day. So it's going really well, really well.
And so to add to that, I heard about some coffee that was on the way. What's the
Yeah. Well, I thought it was fun, because it's like you said, it's educational center, people coming in, staying for a while, learning. We want to have metaverse equipment there so people can engage with education and all this fun stuff. And it's going to be coffee, so we created a crypto Java, from non-fungible beans, FOMO blend, FUD blend, so. And we have a little bean on the package, so his name is How You Bean. So so we have that, and that just got delivered the other day. So we're also going to have, which I think for me is have a swag, crypto swag, different shirts with crypto logos and all kinds of cool stuff to wear. So just helping with the culture of it. I think it's also big to put the culture out into the society, going, what is that? What do you have FUD on your shirt? Stuff like that.
We're looking for an artist for our NFT.
Yeah, our NFT. We've been putting out the word. We need the right artist for our little guy, which is a cool dude. So I want to create that.
Well, I know. I just want to thank you, and I think on behalf of everybody else. I mean, when I started looking at this as a concept, it was just blown away about how crypto can really get. You can reach out and touch it like pretty quick. Walk off the street, learn about crypto, have it.
Host an event in our place. Come be a guest with your art in our places.
You can collaborate. You can do all these other things. And I want to thank everyone here for just being here to hear this. And I want you to take these kind of ideas and just do something with them and make them happen for you. And so I just want to thank everyone here. I want to thank Mike, Ray, George, Ben. I want everyone, if you give a big round of applause, I just appreciate this. This is
Thanks for having us. Thank you for having us.
All right.
Hold on, we got to get an in real life chant because it took me a long time to know what that was. So let's go in real life, in real life, in real life, in real life, in real life.
All right.
Come on, come on. Thank you guys. That was awesome. Very interesting as well. Vince, I know you have another panel coming up too, so don't go too far. All right, Vince is on a water break. So we got one more panel, and then we're going to take a little bit of a break. We might hear a story from FOMO Head. I don't know. He's declining, but and again, I don't want to follow up after him, so it's going to be hard to do that. I noticed he's not wearing his Pearl Snap shirt today, though, or his boots, or his jeans. Oh, he didn't get boots. Let's see. That's why I want you to come up. Exactly. I'm tired of listening to myself. All right, come on, come on. So what I'm interested in knowing is I hear you went to this place called the Broken Spoke. Tell me about the Broken Spoke.
Wow. A New York Italian in the Broken Spoke. What a treat. What a treat. All I can think about is if anybody know what OSHA is, there is no OSHA in Texas. That's all I want to let you know. I was frightened. It was the first time I thought about my tetanus shot when I was a kid. I'm telling you. I looked at the ceiling, missing tiles. I looked at the floorboards. The height of the step is not the proper height. There's trip steps set up everywhere. I tripped at least 15 or 32 times. I lost track. Now, I will tell you, this is a scary sight. I said, can I get a water? They looked at you like, what the hell is this guy talking about? Can I get a bottle of water? You got Voss? No. You got Pellegrino? No. You got Tap. And we got these really crappy bottles that look like they took it from underneath the counter where the labels look like they worn off like a year and a half ago.
FOMO, you're lucky those weren't full of whiskey, man.
Just calm down. I want to get to the water story. I said, I'll take the water. I risked it. And then, as most men know, after you drink a bottle of fine water here in Texas, you have to go to the restroom. I said, I looked around. There's no signs anywhere. I swear to God, there's nothing. Like, where is the restroom? And now let me go backward. The occupancy in the room, there has to be so many bathrooms per people. These people in Texas don't know how to count. I found a bathroom. Well, I didn't find it. I asked somebody, where's the bathroom? See that sign that's been handwritten by a child with a crayon? That's the men's room. Okay, so I go into the men's room. I now can hold my breath for 7 minutes. I'm not joking. I would like to say I'm joking, but I'm not joking. So there's a tub of some sort, and it's a long tub, and there's sharp objects along it. So now I go to this end because I'm trying to get as far away from that door as possible. So I'm now against the room. I'm here, prepping. Now I'm shy. I need quiet time. I don't get quiet time. I do not get quiet time. All of a sudden, there's a guy comes up. Just imagine he's right here. And then I'm trying to I'm thinking of the Niagara Falls. I'm thinking of water flow, rivers, anything. Nothing. I wait for him to step just away so I can back away and come out. As I come out, I see Austin there, and he goes, hey, I need another bathroom. What is the matter? I go, I can't go in there. He goes, there's another one around the corner. Watch out for the 18 trip steps because I don't know what's going on in Texas. He goes, there's a men's and a woman's next to the kitchen. Of course there is. We're in Texas. The bathroom should be right next to the kitchen. He goes, but be careful, there's a hole in the door. So I'm thinking he's making fun, like, there's a hole in the door. I go around the corner. I trip twice. I trip on a lemon wedge from Scott McHenry teaching everybody how to drink tequila shot like 30 times. I don't think his liver has even seen an ice cube. I swear to God. I heard earlier, I'm not joking. These are not jokes. There was a lady with an ice pack over her head, a lime wedge hit her earlier in the head. So he's teaching me, before I forget, he's teaching me the thing. And he's doing the whole salt, and I'll let him go with that. But I'm walking away from him. He's there now. He goes, why are you walking away from me? I don't feel safe with you in the same room. Something's going to happen. So he ends up throwing the lamb. He'll teach you the whole thing. So I go to the bathroom. I'm rounding the corner. As I get to the door, there's an actual hole in the door. What the hell? This cannot. Are you kidding me? Where the hell is OSHA? There cannot be a hole this big. Like a person can come in. So as I get in there, it's filthy and disgusting, like I assumed. There's a fan motor here. There's a roach collector there. I'm just closing my eyes. I'm taking my mind away. I wish I was in Phoenix, Arizona again, where there's an OSHA and maybe health board, some type of standard. Now, I want to pay attention. Just say, as I'm going, I am looking at the door to make sure no head or hands are coming through. I'm nervous. I cannot relax. I swear to God, I cannot relax. This place, you can't even go to the bathroom in peace. Does that make sense? I'm just letting you know. So this is my experience. But prior to that, how many minutes do I have to fill?
No, we just want to know what you were wearing to the world famous
No,
Broken
forget about
Spoke.
that. I don't want to know about it.
Because I heard what you were wearing, and that just makes sense.
Okay, don't worry about my New York shorts and everything. I don't want to get into that. I do want to say, when everybody came to Phoenix, I fed them hundreds of thousands of dollars of food, the finest food in the country.
I would agree, and I did gain weight. This used to fit me.
Yeah. So the first meal here was a quick one, but I want to let you know they took me to Taco Cabana. Now, not a good Taco Cabana, as I've heard. The worst Taco Cabana in the state, if not the country. It's the worst that if I was starving, I would just die. Because I'm never going to a Taco Cabana again in the history of my life. It's the worst food ever, worst service. You sit down. They said, you want to eat side? I go, no, it's hot. Let's sit in here. You couldn't sit anywhere. I'm just letting you know, do not ever eat at Taco Cabana. That's all I want to say. The Broken Spoke, there's no AC. Okay? Just these big hurricane fans that they're so big, you just see like people hovering. I hope to God we're not going there on Wednesday, because I was looking at the itinerary, and I swear to God, I don't even use God that many times. I'm not going to that place again. Holy, I swear to God.
FOMO Head, thank you. We appreciate you coming up and sharing that story. That's awesome. By the way, this is live streaming on Twitter to thousands of people, this whole event. So I hope you all know that. Taco Cabana is going to be calling. They're going to be upset. We're going to owe them some money. Thanks, FOMO Head. Appreciate that. And they're going to spit my food every time I go. So even though it was Austin's fault, he's the one that took him there. So again, we are live streaming this. This information is going out to thousands of people every second. It's also live streaming on NFTconnect.one. Also, please come up and scan the QR codes if you have some questions. And again, thank you, FOMO Head. We really appreciate the story. Vince, back to you, buddy. Hello.
All right. all right, from a different part of the stereo spectrum. So, can you? Okay, we got it. So this panel is about innovation in Web3. So innovation means a lot of things for a lot of people. It could mean faster, better technology. It could mean faster ways of doing things. It could be a different way of thinking about solving a problem, and at the pace everything is going, that is what we need to be about. So what we've done is we've assembled a crack panel of experts that can talk about what's happening at an enterprise scale, what we're thinking about from big infrastructure to retail to how developers are looking at everything, but just in a way that it could make sense for you. So I encourage you, if you have some questions and you're curious as we go through this, as we get near the end, don't be afraid to ask these questions, because this is about us all getting better at this. And this is really what I want to do that with that. So without any further ado, because the clock is ticking over there, is I want to welcome to the stage Dan. Let's see, I'm gonna get this right. Dan Kalinescu. All right. I want to welcome Jorge Ruiz. I want to bring up Big Star, who's already been up twice. It's talking today, already been up. Madalena, come on up. Mihai Sandor. And last but not least, I want to bring up Joseph Wicker. So, one of the things that I wanted to make sure everybody got their microphone. One of the things I wanted to lead off with, we sat down, a bunch of us a couple days ago, and started talking about Web3. And one of the things that really kind of struck me, and Dan was talking about it, is his take on sort of like a description, like defining Web3. And as you'll see when you hear this, his perspective on this is really quite interesting. So I want to take a little bit of time out of everyone's panel discussions. I know you're all just mortified to really hear about this incredible way, the way of really describing Web3. And I just like you, if you wouldn't mind, Dan, just sharing it with us. All right, thank you.
So I mean, just like any new technology, and technology just had any new revolution, right? There's a lot of angles to it, and I think everyone has their angle and so forth. But I was just sharing basically my perspective and one angle on it. So the way I look at Web3 is historically in context with Web 1 and Web 2, right? So you look at, forget Web 1 just for 1 second, if you look at the previous, well, the current, let's say, phase in this internet revolution is Web 2, right? So one graphic, I wish I could draw it and whiteboard it, but if you could imagine a machine, imagine a server, like just a machine. And that machine is at the center of an ecosystem. So take your favorite sort of ecosystem, say Google, or say Facebook, or Amazon, right? So they have a central, let's call it a database. It's not a database. There's like hundreds of thousands of databases. Just call it a central machine, a central Google machine, a central Facebook machine, a central Amazon machine. And there's millions, and in some cases billions, of users, of humans around that. So imagine a machine in the middle of a circle surrounded by humans. That's Web 2, meaning machine-oriented ecosystems. That's Web 2. Now, initially, when we started designing this and you talk to people in Web 2, it's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, fine, but what happens, and people who own that machine make decisions that are not necessarily good for the rest of the people all the time, not intentionally. And here's what happens: sometimes we think that it's good for a small minority of people. Actually, the truth is that the decisions that are getting made at the center of the ecosystem, it's actually not good for any human. It's good for the machine, right? So if you look at, for example, algorithms and things like that, like people are left to the periphery of that ecosystem for the sake of the machine. The machine must go on. The platform must go on. So Web3 for me is, if you take that pictorial, think of a human in the middle of an ecosystem surrounded by technology. That's Web3 for me. So it's human oriented ecosystems where we are not the product that we have become in Web 2. We are the actual, not even the users. There's actually only a few industries that talk about users. One of them is the drug industry. And the other one's us, tech. Not the users, the stakeholders, the runners, the drivers. That's us in the driver's seat. So to me, Web3 is not so much about technology. We're going to talk about technology here, but I think technology is a means to an end. So anything that puts people in the middle of an ecosystem, to me, that's Web3. So
Thank you. So this is a question we can start across to talk to all. We can start with Mihai. What are the technology trends that Web3 builders need to be paying attention to? Like right now, where things are going.
Yeah, I think the most important part for the Web3 technologies is to not throw away the Web2 technologies, because all the technical stuff, the programming languages, the cloud, all those things were gonna be thrown away because it's so much effort put it in there and it's so stable. The most Web3 decentralized app is not that stable and it's not that scalable. But the Web2 clouds are so scalable, running a lot of apps like Google Search or Facebook, which is Monsters app. So I would say pay attention to all the skills from the Web2 technologies, and all the DevOps part, cloud part, infrastructure part, the scalable part, the microservices, the decoupled things, all those things which are applicable in Web 2. It's so important in Web 3 because Web 3 is just a cool version or another version of Web 2 with a lot of other cool stuffs. But yeah, you have to pay attention on the Web 2 technologies.
Yeah, maybe just to add a bit to what actually you were saying and Dan also mentioned. And I'm going to actually say two different things. One, to
You got the mic.
Yeah,
Okay.
but the first thing is definitely avoiding the hype in terms of Web3 as a like overall concept. Like you can't really have good Web3 systems right now without the Web 2 like core. Like you cannot just dismantle everything that's out there, because it would actually be currently a pretty shitty experience. Like you wouldn't achieve something that's nice to use and useful. With that said, in all honesty, a lot of like times when concepts are thrown in tech, most lines are more blurred than people think, in the sense that like you don't have like direct Web3, you will have Web2 components because you need them. And you also need to consider you don't need to overkill things with complexity, because if the problem doesn't really need blockchain, you shouldn't use blockchain. And for things you do need, you should probably use it and in a responsible way. And just to complement in the terms of trends that I think people should pay attention to, and this is a discussion I've had with a couple of people here, is I would start paying attention to the idea of having chain-specific applications where you can make things efficient and interchain operability. And still you won't get rid of Web 2 components. Like you will still want to interface and use them. But in terms of trends, that's something I would pay attention to.
Yeah, totally. I think here's a fun question. NFTconnect.one, the website for this conference, for a Web3 conference. Fun question for everyone to meditate on. Is it a Web 1, Web 2, or Web 3 site? Web 2? You sure? Why? Okay, it's AWS in terms of hosting, but if we look at, so historically speaking, we really need to get our handle on what Web 1 and Web 2 is so we can win in Web 3, right? Because history wins and we don't want it to repeat it. So we might be building a Web 3-ish machine that's very elitist in essence, and we might we might be repeating history. So I would argue it's about Web 1.5. No one can upload anything to it really. There's not much interaction. Should it be a Web 2 site? No. What's wrong with the web? What's wrong with the NFT Connect one site? It's beautiful. It's great. In other words, we should not throw away Web 1, Web 2. We need to learn where we use it. We should be okay with it, and we shouldn't just go all in on every single new technology hype just because we're literally using tanks to just go and buy groceries. You know, like we don't need to do that, right? So Web 1 is great for Web 1 needs. Web 1.5, Web 2 is great. Question is, what do we want to make out of Web 3, and how to use Web 1 and Web 2 technologies and new technologies to build, going back to the first thing, human-oriented ecosystems, which will have Web 1, Web 2, and even pre-Web 1 concepts, like hardcore protocols that we're all using, like switches and all that. So Web 0, for sure. There is a Web 0.
Are you just counting from zero again, like we did before?
Because
you start with this binary
nerds. I mean, I would not be true to my nerd community if we don't count from zero. So there's got to be there is a 1989 type of technology that's Web 0. So can't forget about that. First question of the interview: what's the first number in in the geek alphabet? It's 0.
Hey. So I think all of us are going around this idea that Web 3 and Web 2 are not decoupled. They are united in a sense, especially technology. And because I think I've already said that I am a Web 2 developer that's going to Web 3. I'm on this path. I'm going to talk about the technologies that we are using to build that microservices that are in Opus blockchain. So we use Go to write these microservices and connect them through gRPC, and then we just take these microservices and expose them to an API. Yeah, expose this API through GraphQL. We just let's put in this way so everybody understands. Let's pretend that we have some little boxes. Every microservices that I'm talking about, that's just have this data about accounts or teams or any kind of validation or transactions and everything. It's like little boxes, and they do not communicate with everything that we really see. This is the business logic behind everything, but we have to expose these things, and these things are exposed through GraphQL, and this is what I'm doing. So this is some of the technologies that we are using. I'm just naming them, but yeah, I think it's a good moment to say something about them.
So some of the trends I've just been seeing, it's been touched on by people to my right, is just an overall overindulgence in Web3. And as exciting and innovative as this technology is, we want to use it as much as we can. It's not always the right thing to use. You can look at like nuclear power. It's great, clean, very efficient, but you don't see a nuclear generator powering these lights right now. So realizing that Web 0, Web 1, Web 2, as I all said, are still useful, applicable, and needed in society. And then Web 3 is another application of technology that solves problems created by Web 0, Web 1, Web 2, and Web 3.
Can I add something? Well, a side comment also, I do think we should get more into nuclear power because I do think it's more efficient, although that would be controversial. And let's not get into that. I know terrible things happen, but you don't let progress. It's cleaner than
plus one.
Yeah. That said, I think that one of the points you actually said is super important, and most applications and most things being built right now in the DeFi ecosystem and NFT ecosystem, like basically most Web3 things are completely dependent on APIs that are in servers. Like they don't actually run their own nodes. And so it's not like they're using RPCs to connect directly to the chain and consulting. Everything is still reliant on hosted services somewhere, and most use Infura, or even, for example, MetaMask uses it's used as a service provider to get the data from the chain. So
and they display the information on Web 1.5 websites. Just very okay.
Okay, so you're starting with 0, now you're going to 1.5.
Yeah, I mean,
see, you're messing with. So Dan, I had a question for you. So one of the things that you were talking about that really struck me the other day was the fact that, in order to make this technology work, it's sort of like in the shop that you run, you have different kind of technologies enabled, like mobile technology and all these other techniques. Can you talk about how you're stacking those things in order to make this effective, the technology that you're building effective?
Can I just reframe that question a little bit? Because I think it is a tech panel, but again, I want to take that principle of technology being a means to an end and not the end. I think so if you look at what will it take for us to get to mass adoption, I think we talk a lot about adoption here, and there's a lot of interesting points like education, things like that. From a technology standpoint, I think there's a lot of other technologies that we need to look at, and there's fun ones, and I'll get into them. But I just want to touch on the idea of mindset, right? And particularly developers' mindset. So I look at building technical products from three perspectives. Well, there's a three pillars to it. I would say the philosophy, the art, and the science, right? So I started, I have a computer science degree, and I would have loved, I have a philosophy and art background before I got into computer science. I would have loved, to learn the art of computers. So I'd love to have computer art or computer philosophy courses. I'd love to see those at universities right now or private schools. So I think the philosophy of art the philosophy of technology teaches you to ask the why questions. And then the art of computers and technology teach you to ask the what questions, like what are we building, what is useful and what is beautiful and what is simple and so forth. And then by the time you get to the science and the how, you have a lot of what and why question answers. And I think a lot of us in technology, we've been taught to just think about the how and just execute the how and just come up with new protocols. But we don't ask the what are we building and who is it for and is it simple? And I think a lot of the people building this wallets and a lot of technology we're seeing today, if they would have asked the what and the why questions, we would have had more adoption. So if we think about adoption, yes, we need to look at mobile technologies and smart watches and Arduinos and a lot of embedded technology. But if we keep looking at that from a how perspective, no one's going to use them. We need to make them beautiful, easy to use. We need to ask why questions. Why should I use this? What is it for? Someone talk, what's in it for me, right? What's in it for my family? What's in it for my community? So I think what I'd love to see is, I think there's a lot of community building here, like people with a community mindset. We go to a lot of conferences. There's a tech mindset. If we can unite these two worlds, right, like building communities and building tech, and teaching the tech people to think from a community building standpoint and ask these questions. You guys ask a lot of the why and the what questions, and we meet in the middle. That's when I think we're going to see adoption, and we're going to have beautiful things that any grandma can use, right? So it's not. I would say it's not so much about technology, but asking the other questions, the what and the what and the why.
So as we look at the what, as we look at the why, I mean, so I just be curious from just a survey of what you're seeing out there point of view, what projects or technologies, I don't care if they're Web3 or not, who's really effectively answering the why right now? When you see the why, when you see it, you get it. I want to use it. I want to make it happen. So people can use that as an example about where they can go.
I guess that that's actually an interesting question in a way, in the sense that I think there's two different types of groups that are approaching it, right? Like I think there's a couple groups now that started with the how, and after many iterations they're going into the why, like, and they're trying to now understand their users trying to redefine how they do interfaces, because it was very complex. They had a lot of hardships getting people, and as they tried to grow, they kind of brute forced their way into now, like they found a certain market, and now they're trying to build something that's nicer and most useful, and they try to get better experience for users. And I think a lot of wallets are actually doing that, and they're also understanding that they need certain facilities, they need to teach people, and there's the other side where I think there's other groups that see a necessity, and they're starting with something more, because the thing here is you don't need to start it directly on blockchain technologies. You can start a prototype that's even centralized and then start iterating into on-chain systems, making things non-custodial, making and you start. That's something that you see also in some fintechs where they started a bit more trying to solve a problem with users and how they could apply the technology behind it, and maybe they start going more decentralized afterwards, either by necessity or they need to pivot or whatever. But it's I think we still need more people to just think about what they're doing since the beginning. And one of the things I do think that it's important is always starting when you want to build something that matters. I think you should start with community and then technology. Like you should start with simple things and then push innovation into them. And you'll also notice when you're getting to a point where you're pushing maybe too much or things that they don't understand, because you'll get churned and people like stop using your stuff. But if you already start with a problem that you're solving and you focus on how they can have a easier solution or like a more something they understand, then you can push technology. And as an example to that, going back into the fintech side, a lot of people, like, you will get like maximalist with a certain, let's say, a cryptocurrency, even Bitcoin and other things. And it's not that I think they're bad, but for example, if you want adoption of crypto cash payments and other things, you probably want to understand the market. And let's say in Latin America, people value USD as a stable currency. People, that's why there's in most countries parallel USD marketplaces where people buy and trade cash. In Argentina, as an example, they call them arbolitos, which are people that are like in parks and other places, and they'll exchange you Argentinian pesos for USDs. There are arbolitos, which are trees because they have leaves, which are the USD. It's a funny name, but the point there is, if you want your grandmother to start getting into, and it's still hard because she needs to install an app, right? But if you want her to trust it, like maybe you start with something like USD they understand, and don't go directly into getting them Bitcoin and other things. But it's
maybe it'd be cool to rephrase questions sometimes. Like, for example, there's questions that we throw around a lot, and I talk about all the time too. But sometimes I catch myself. I'm like, is this the right question to ask? So should we actually work on getting grandma to install a MetaMask wallet? It's just let's talk about that. Maybe we should. Should we? I'm not convinced, man. Let me give you a little story. I just want to give you a tiny little story, right? Check this out. 1995, right? I'm in high school. I was 2. No. And I discovered the internet, right? So the internet, geek out a little bit on the internet, it's got this like things called packets, like TCP packets, TCP IP, UDP packets, whatever. So I first discovered that, and I read about them, and I started implementing. 1995 Java came out, so I'm like, this is the new cool language. These guys hate Java because it's not cool. Anyways, but I wrote UDP packets in Java and TCP packets in Java, and I was freaking out because I sent those packets over to a friend's computer. I'm like, oh my goodness, I did something on my computer. You got it on yours. What? This is the future. This is the future. Imagine this. Imagine me going and saying, I'm gonna get a T-shirt. and I'm gonna put UDP on my T-shirt, and I'm gonna put TCP on my hat, and I'm gonna get my grandma to get into TCP, UDP, IP, PTS, HTTPS, SSL. I think that'll be the wrong thing to do. I'm not saying it's exactly like that, but it's kind of like that because right now we're developing the protocols for Web 3. Those are the protocols for Web 1. And if you go to Web 2, I built my whole career in Web 2 in mobile. You're not going to go and talk to grandma about Objective C and how to build bridges in Swift and Kotlin and all that stuff. She doesn't care. But grandma cares when she downloads WhatsApp and she talks to her grandkids. I actually tried to get my parents in the 90s to talk about internet. They're like, what? What are you talking? I'm like, watch this, mom. I remember. I was like, you see this thing? www dot thing? One day everyone's gonna have a www dot thing. She's like, are you crazy? Point is, they're all, my dad's on eBay now, flipping cars, the model cars and things like that. When they see the actual usage and value, and what I'd love to me, what I think is gonna happen in terms of adoption, I believe, if we look historically at Web 0, Web 1, and Web 2, when we talk about the value of things that we can build with Web 3 without using words like, I love the panel on utility with like the, every time you say utility, you like take a shot. Every time we say Web 3, maybe Web 3 is different, but forget Web 3, but crypto, USDT, Tether, stable coins, MetaMask, wallets, don't talk about that. Why don't we talk about building great user experiences for grandma to talk to her grandkids, making people enjoy their time at a restaurant with their friends and building social payment apps or whatever, things that we care about. And then, oh, by the way, if you want to do that, you just got to get this thing that, it's called a token, whatever. You just got to insert it. One analogy, and I'll leave it at that I have is, take my kids to an arcade. You see all these beautiful games you can play and machines. Imagine telling your kids, look, let me educate you on the tokens. So we're going to go to this guy. I'm going to take my cash, my dollars or whatever. I'm going to give it to him. He's kind of like an exchange. And I'm going to give him that fiat and he's going to give me a bunch of tokens. But you see these like yellow tokens? They go for the basketball machines. You see the red ones? They go here. And I'm going to work very hard to educate my kids on tokens. Why? Instead, I should say, what games do you guys want to play? You want to play that? Oh, Dad, I'm into basketball. No worries. Let's play. Oh, by the way, we got to get the yellow tokens. All right, cool. So that's a means to an end. And I think to me, I think one of the things that I think I love to see is things like Coinbase. I love and hate Coinbase. It's back to your question. Do you know how much in Web 2 technologies in Coinbase? Like when you look at that NFT that you have in your, or even OpenSea, when OpenSea and Coinbase projects like that, they're not Web3 technologies. They live on their servers. But if they didn't, you would not be able to see that image. You would take you like maybe 3 minutes to sync to the next IPFS server and whatever. So the point is they made it useful, they made it simple, they made it fun. And I think in all the projects you have here, a lot of great projects. If we can make it useful to people to use them and don't worry about the Web3, they're going to ask us and knock on our doors to get educated on Web3. The greatest way to sell is when people ask you to sell to them, right? And now we're just shoving down their throats, like, you gotta get right. So and they're gonna tell us, they're gonna say, by the way, why do I have to press 3 times on? Why is it 3 clicks? Can it be 1 click? Oh, good thing. I never thought about that. So they'll actually teach us how to make them easier. So just that's, to me, stuff like OpenSea and Coinbase and things like that, actually examples that you love and hate that make it easy and useful. And that's where the heart of adoption.
All right. So when you're getting maybe this comes from like where you are. We were talking the other day about being in Romania and development in Romania and that environment, where you are, that part of the world. Could you tell us a little bit about, a lot of people don't know about the innovation and all the companies and all the organizations that are happening over there. Here in the United States, sometimes we're sort of like geographically, the world does revolve, nonetheless. But when we look at that, I mean, so what are some of the innovations that are happening because of that part of the world? I mean, Madalena, you're in this part of the world. What's the cool part about being in this environment where everyone's just building and learning, and what makes it special?
So Now that I'm thinking about that, I think my ancestors lived under this dictators that limited their freedom. They missed so much the democracy, and this thing limited their ideas. They wanted, but they couldn't. So I think that sparked in them the creativity. That's so much creativity in my country. They they want to do things. And the other thing that I have in my mind right now is the fact that I see so many smart people, so many smart people. They are everywhere, in college, in the town, not only IT people. What every type of people. We have like 1,000 IT companies in my town. This is amazing. We have like 100,000 students a year. Great universities. That's really amazing. So what I'm trying to say is that I've seen the fact that the people in Romania want to do things, and they miss the fact that they don't trust governance. They don't trust banks. They don't trust politics. This is a real problem. They are more prone to think about decentralization than other countries. So I think Cluj can be, my city can be a really Web3 hub, and we can have an NFT Connect in Cluj one day. Yeah, yeah, because there are really, really great people.
Thank you so much. So, do you want to add anything to that, Mihai?
Um, yeah, I think the smartest people are everywhere in the world, but especially in Cluj, I've met a lot of people that are so, hungry to learn the new technologies, the new opportunities. Yeah, they are willing to learn something new, and especially in the Web3 technologies is, that topic is very hot, and everyone wants to learn the tokens, the how to get rich, and yeah. But there are so many people which are, you know, so technical, and they want to, uh, to uh, uh, move into the Web3 from the Web2, and I think the Cluj is great. Yeah.
I just add a couple of things. Just first thing, um, so Mihai and I are actually talking about this. English is my third language, actually, and Mihai was actually commenting. It's like it's so hard to sound smart in your non-native language. So I just want to honestly just really like give up. Um, yeah, like for Mada and Mihai, I think these are our backend developers, and usually backend developers are about like 5 levels away from like the actual communities. Like you got like the marketing, the PR, the sales, the design, the product managers, then the backend front end developers, then the backend. And I wanted them to be here, and I'm just happy that they're here and they can share. Um, and one, yeah, exactly. One other thing I just want to share, but I think it applies not just to Romanian. I mean, we're Romanian, but I think I was talking to Jorge as well about like South America, not let's say developing countries in the world. I think in places now I live in Switzerland. I live half my life in Toronto, Canada, so I kind of like live in a lot of places, and I kind of let's say see different cultures. I think first world countries like Canada, Switzerland, United States. Um, there's a way you look at life, or we look at life, let's say in when you live good lives, when you have like running water, there's injustices everywhere. I just want to touch on that in all kinds of ways, and I've lived in horrible conditions in my life and my childhood. But the point is, there's hungry people in developing countries right now. We talk to people from Nigeria, South America. I've met so many people in the last years in blockchain who are, they have a decentralized mindset, right? And here's the thing, in countries where life is pretty good, like Switzerland, for example, where I live right now, people trust the banks more. It's like, I'm gonna put my money in the bank, it's gonna be in the bank. Places like Romania, it's like, I don't know if it's gonna be in the bank. So there's this other people, like, let me give you an example. There's a company out of the UK called Revolut. You've heard of it. They're like a DeFi, they're a bank. I got on Revolut right at the beginning. As soon as Revolut, Romania is one of the biggest countries on Revolut. Almost everyone uses Revolut. So the local banks are freaking out because everyone's using Revolut. You just get your salary in your local bank and you transfer everything to your Revolut. So there's this hunger to adopt decentralized technology. So like, one of the things I'm predicting, we're gonna see the next Web3 Facebooks and Amazons and YouTubes from countries that are not necessarily the countries that produce the Web2 technologies. And I actually am excited about that because I think they're gonna put their own cultural spin on it, and things that maybe just different way of looking at life that are gonna be exciting for us to experience. So I think that's one of the reasons I think places like potentially Romania, but other countries could be really strong Web3 hubs that we should tap into and figure out how we connect and leverage and build communities and build products through those hubs.
And just to maybe add to it, because I totally agree. Like, there is a difference when you have a stable system that works, and a lot of them never had it or don't trust it. And I think that what we'll see is a lot of those places have a leap directly into new technologies. Like, they're going to transition away out of a complete phase. They're just going to go into it. And the other thing is they are it's not that they're less risk adverse. They are already in risk, so they are willing to take more risks and transition into something new. And necessity always creates change, right? And the other thing, it's not necessarily Web3, but one of the things I think it's super important is technology and overall the internet, the ability for people to get information and learn by themselves and to be able to communicate is probably one of the most game-changing things that has ever happened in human history. Like, I think that what we'll see is a great creator of equal opportunity throughout the world, where people will be able to learn, work, and you'll be able to get the best ideas from everywhere. Because so far, most of the exposure of people who create, they didn't have the ability to show what they could do. And what we've seen so far is just a minority of great people creating great stuff. Now we're trying to create access for everyone, and we'll get the great ideas from everywhere. And one of the other things is that people will be able to make a living. No, they'll have the information, and now you'll be able to pay them. You'll be able to get freelancers. You'll be able to spread that financial system throughout the world, and people will be able to subsist on it. So I think that what we'll see is a huge transition where we just get the best out of everyone, but we also give that opportunity everywhere. And that's never happened before. And it's a compound of everything that's happened so far.
Yeah. Sorry, just one quick thing, please. I just got to add this thing based on what you just said. Here's one idea how we can get mass adoption in places like the United States. Just a fun idea just come to me. Go to like an impoverished US, not a city necessarily, but like a neighborhood, and just give them Web3 jobs, right? So just give them the opportunity to just build stuff. And people who live in different conditions of life, let's put it that way, they're more creative, they're more resilient, they're just gonna make it happen. They're gonna make it happen. That's how I grew up. We're gonna make it happen. You tell us we're gonna build a smart contract, I'll figure out what a smart contract is. We'll make it happen. So I think when you do that, they're gonna go and evangelize the entire neighborhood. We don't need to get to everyone. We just got to get to 5 people in that neighborhood. And I think that's what excites me about what he said. I think there's a lot more of those kind of people in the world. There's a lot more people that are impoverished. They're like 99% more. Get to them, get them some opportunities through Web3. Get them to build like a future of Be Social or whatever, or give them your B and sponsor them so they can do something. Oh my goodness, they're gonna be build tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people to this space. So I think that's one way we can also do some good and help people in our neighborhoods. We don't need to go to like other countries. Like every country has their poverty.
Well, I think that's where. So, I mean, if we take away and look at this, well, the one thing that I want to do as we looked at it, all these terms that people have been using, anything that's complex, you just write it down in your notebooks. We go back. We're here for you to learn. I don't want you to gloss over any of the terms that were used here because we're here to make sure that you get all those terms, that you can get better at this. But what we learned is like, this Web3, we shouldn't just stick with a trend. We should understand how the technology is being built. We need to understand the people. We need to understand where the innovation's coming from. I mean, those are the things that are really mattering. So make sure that, as is just my aside to the audience, it's like watching a great show, and then but at the end, if I ask you some questions about it, like, I'm not sure about that word. So I want you to make sure you write those down. Ask anybody. You can ask during our Q&A. But there's a lot of conversations about what's going on and sort of like the enterprise and sort of the protocol. So one of the questions that I was talking to Joe earlier about is like, you're telling me as you go talk to people looking at getting into Web3 and looking at what they can do before they can do any innovation. I mean, what's the thing that we were talking about? What are the things that people are really missing? What are they really missing? It's really helping them not get to where they need to be.
Well, the beauty of Web3 is it's decentralized. Anybody can do it. You don't have to be an established institution to create something new. So you really don't have to have anything to go out there and innovate. Does that mean that what you're innovating on is going to be new and helpful and valuable? Because realistically, innovation is just doing something differently, solving a problem in a new, different way. So what a lot of people are doing is they're going out there and they know how to do something. They know how to build a smart contract. They know how to release an NFT, and they do it. And what they're not thinking about is the why. What is this going to give to my community? What problem is this going to answer? What solution am I providing? And sometimes they even do have that. They have this is solving this problem, but is this solving this problem better than what's already existing? There's a lot of places where people will just innovate to innovate because they saw Web2 go by. They saw Facebook, they saw Twitter, they saw Google, and they want a piece of that. And they say, oh, Web3 is happening now. I can get in early. So they go out and they make something, but they don't make anything with value. So before you go out and do something and create something, thinking about the why, what am I contributing? What am I adding? What value am I creating is very important. Not only just to be successful, but to cultivate value and continuously grow the Web3 space just by continuously striving to add value and lifting up the people around you with you.
So just as we're looking around, like, are there any questions? As anybody have any questions that they're looking at right here? Ben?
Yeah. So, okay, that's interesting. So I think, especially after this whole COVID mess, remote work is the new standard. Nobody wants to go back to work in the 9 to 5 office anyway. So I think, especially in the tech industry, that kind of happens. There's people from all over the world. They speak different languages. So I'm not exactly sure what the big why behind your question is. Maybe you want to rephrase it a little bit, but if not, like I just want to say, touch on exactly what you're after. Yeah. 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 Okay. Good. Okay. Got it. So, yep. So here's one thing. I worked with Indians a lot. Okay. And I remember going to India, and very different culture. If you've never been to India, from like to the United States, even from Romania, right? Even and then, for example, I worked with Romanians and Indians in the tech space, right? Kind of like soul countries in the outsourcing industries, right? And then they don't necessarily like each other, right? So actually, part of a lot of efforts in my career was like bringing people together, right? And I'm like, let me bring you to Romania and show you some Romanian foods, and I bring you over to India and show you, and then you find out, funny enough, then you hear stories like these. I think I have more in common with you than my Indian friends here locally because you speak my IT language. And in Romania, said the same thing. And that was just one example. But, in Canada, I grew up in a melting pot. Like most of my friends were from all over the world. And you see that you can actually build. It's funny because we talk about our differences a lot, but we have a lot more in common. And, we all want happy families. Aristotle, very old man, said it a long time ago. We all want a good life. Who doesn't want a good life, right? So I think when we tap into those things in our companies, and one of the things we talk about our company is the idea of meaningful work, and we have a whole philosophy behind it. But how do we find work where you feel that this is your baby? We're working on our baby together. So if it's your baby, I don't care where you come from, and we all speak English anyways, because you guys enculturate it. American English, not British English, into the world, which is actually a good thing. So I think English is a great, easy language to pick up for everyone. Thank God it's not German because I'm struggling with it right now. That would have been insane. So I think you speak English, you have the same culture, you visit the same sites, you kind of have the same desires, and then the culture difference is actually, if we tap into the things that we have in common, I actually think the culture difference are beautiful spices of life that we bring to the table, and you see how people approach it from different perspectives. I find it fascinating to see how people approach user experience design from this different perspectives and what they think beauty is and simplicity is and friendliness is and things like that. So I think just we got to tap into what we have in common, but without suppressing our differences, but bring those to the table and let us like make it a nice bouquet of experiences. I think that would be the ideal way.
Yes, Smith there.
Funny you should say that because someone like you guys just said in real life, and just like 5 minutes before metaverse, metaverse. And I was just laughing. I'm like, this is one of those paradoxes in Web3. In real life, man, I'm a Gen X with a boomer soul. So I love in real life events. I love music and I love good food and I love conversations and like hugging and all that. And who doesn't like that? And one of the things I'm afraid of, and by the way, we should have a conference or at least a panel one day on the dangers of Web3 and blockchain. There's a lot. I have a whole list, right? So one of the dangers I think is that we're gonna miss hugging each other in the metaverse. And yeah, we're gonna have the haptic vest and everything. Actually, no, Frank was working on a haptic vest. I don't want to get hugged with a haptic. I mean, maybe if my dad is in some sort of remote place and I can't see him, I'll take it. It's better than nothing. But I think in real life, and we actually did that. We have a guy in Dubai. We have someone in London. We have different people throughout different cities. I have a few people in Switzerland. And a few months ago, I was in Romania, and we had a get together, and we eat and we talk. And we're gonna try to do a lot of those. And I think at least few times a year for sure. And even the most successful remote companies, billion-dollar companies that have hundreds or thousands of people, they meet at least once or twice a year. Like all-inclusive vacations for your family. Let's go 2 weeks somewhere or do something. Maybe that's enough. Just I know your face. We know we're good friends, and then we go back behind computer and we use our usernames and our avatars. But I know who you are. We dox each other. So I think that's super valuable.
And and I think as a meta example is if you're enjoying the conference here, that actually also answers why you should do in-person events. If you're not like, yeah, I'll just hear the stream or see the stream on YouTube, and you're here, it kind of talks to why you would do in-person events.
one corollary to that is that they should not be in the same location every single quarter or every. You gotta like get some tequila in one day. You gotta get some like some of our drinks. I want to hear your food and your music. I want to taste your food and your new music. I think that's how we get it multicultural and global.
Oh, oh, let it out. She she's gonna give it to me if I don't give it.
Oh, I agree with that, and I think companies are gonna absolutely take people up and employees up on that offer when on that demand. If that demand rises, if you have like 10% of the employees say we need this, oh, they're gonna do it for sure.
All right.
I'd say 1997, 96.
Oh, okay.
You're thinking I'm too far ahead?
Yeah, I'm thinking 91.
No, I wouldn't go to Mosaic.
Yeah.
I think it's a bit closer, but
okay, cool.
I do think that things are evolved now slightly faster. So
someone actually asked me that yesterday, and a lot of people, when you're a computer scientist, people ask you to fix their computer all the time. You get that? And I don't know if programmers get that. And I always say I'm not a hardware guy. I'm a software. I can't fix your computer. But the thing is, people ask me all the time, what do you think? And I came up with this answer I'm going to use all the time. If world events remain exactly the same as now, maybe 8 years. But what I think is going to happen, just like COVID, I think there's interesting things that are going to happen in the world that are going. You talked about something interesting. Um, um, Distances being compressed, the world being smaller. I believe time is getting compressed as well. Based on look at COVID. People before COVID, they were not comfortable with certain things. Like metaverse, I don't know. I think metaverse would have been a 10-year discussion. With COVID, 2-year discussion. Do you see what I'm saying? So I think if in the next year or two there's a potential recession happening, let's say, or a lot of people are going to lose jobs or whatever, are we going to talk about reskilling people as Web3 developers? Absolutely. Are people going to say, I'm not really comfortable holding my money in the bank because like I'm losing like 10% every. Can you keep them in some other like maybe stable coin or something? You know what I mean? So I think as things happen in terms of fiat and things like that, and people are more and more uncomfortable, and I actually have friends I know, but I have 75-year-old friends. They said, I have money and I'm afraid. I don't know what to do. And I can't just tell them do this or do that. But the fact that they're saying that, I think there's something happening. There's something brewing. So I'm gonna say that if things stay the same, which I think they won't, maybe 8 years. But if they don't, my guess is potentially even like a 3 to 5 year thing before something big in terms of adoption is going to happen, and people are gonna knock on our doors. And please, I don't care how many steps it takes. I want in.
but
Compressing time.
the other thing is, I also think what I see is you also have like a new generation of people who are more adapt or prone to digital and are more accustomed, so that it accelerates. And this is what we also discussed, the part of I personally don't want to go to a bank and do anything there, like last time my debit card, which Santisi will kill me if he knows that. So last time my card expired, but the thing was I lost access to my internet banking, and I called them because I had to call them, and they told me you need to come in person and get the other card, and then you can activate your web portal. And that what I did was I just told them to go f themselves, and I opened an account in Nubank. In 15 minutes, I got a digital card, I got a pre-approved credit, and then my physical card got there. But for example, Nubank and other groups are growing fast because people don't want to go to a bank. Like it's the last resort, and you'll start seeing that more and more, and that will lead to adoption if we get to a place where people don't need to do like 100 things and it's super technical.
All right. I just want to we went a little bit over, but who's gonna tell them, right? So, but thank you so much for this panel. I think, and round of applause. This is doing great. It's been awesome. Everyone did really well. So, with that,
That's very awesome. One more round of applause. This is beautiful stuff. Thank you, Vince. We're going to take a 15-minute break in just a second. I just want to give out a couple of shirts real quick. First one's going to go to whoever can guess Austin's height. Come on, Austin. Throw it out there. What'd you say? 6'1". All right, we're getting close. We're going the wrong way. What'd you say? 5'6". Now we're going the wrong way. A little bit high, but it's close. All right. No, wrong way. Wrong way. He's taller than that, I promise you. You may not see that. All right, we're going to start at 6 foot and go up from there. So again, what is Austin's height? Come on. 6'5". All right, well, we'll go with that. He's actually 6'6". So you get this NFT Austin shirt. And I'm going to tell you why he's 6'6", because I've been to the honky tonks with him, the Broken Spoke. And it doesn't matter how tall the guy is next to the girl, he gets next to that girl. So they feel their foot move, and he comes slipping through, and there he is, 6'6", grabbing the girl and dancing with him. So he really is 6'6", I promise. You may not know that by looking at him. Have you ever heard the saying when we say, "What are we doing?" and someone says, "Do you have a mouse in your pocket?" Well, here in Texas, we say, "No, we have an Austin in our pocket," and we whip him out. So awesome. The next one I want to give away is so the world famous Broken Spoke. That would be FOMO Head's favorite place on the planet. NFT Connect, Crypto Jam, and all our sponsors are sponsoring Texas country artist Dale Watson. He's very good. Anyone ever heard of Dale Watson? Better be. There we go. All right, let's get a Dale song on, and I want someone just to tell me real quick what he's singing about. His dog? No. That's not that kind of song. That's a good one. You can't. Scotty back there, you can't answer this one. Who drinks beer in here? Who drinks beer? 3. Brown bottle, little blue label. What's the Texas beer? Lone Star, but she said it first, but it's Lone Star Light. There you go. And I got one more to give out. This is NFT Connect. This one just goes to whoever could give me the loudest bee-haw in the room. I'm going right there. There you go. NFT Connect. Thanks, everybody. Let's take 15 minutes and be back here ready to go for our next panel. Awesome stuff.
Hey, just jumping in while they're on break in Austin, Texas. They got 15 minutes break. There's been some good stuff talked about today. Interesting that I'm trying to listen in when I can, but I'm going to leave it right here with the auction prices going on. El Salvador is commanding a ridiculous amount of bee honey for the bid tonight. It will end in 4 hours and 30 minutes, which is 9:30 tonight Eastern time. I'll come back on live for that. There'll be another hour or so of the event coming from out of Austin, Texas. But 9:30 tonight Eastern time, we will wrap up the bidding on this here, so you can see. It's funny. I'm trying to. There it is. 50,000 bee honey to get El Salvador. That's the minimum bid right there. Blaze is at 840. Hungary, this is a princess for Hungary. 2,000 bee honey, 3,000 for Bhutan, and a crown over here for 600. So wow, this is just amazing. Blaze, this is one wild looking bee right there. I love the Blaze look. And that helmet that he's got on there, very cool, and smoking cigar. I love this one. I think it's beautiful. Yeah, awesome sauce. Thank you, Ella. Appreciate you for showing up. As always, I hope you're enjoying the show. These guys will be back on in just a little bit, and we'll get back after it and watch what's going on. But just to show off this stuff, it's amazing what's going on there. I'll you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go down here and I'll show you what 1 ETH. So that bid of 50,000, that's 125 ETH, right? 125 ETH for that big bid. So I just want to show you what 1 ETH is worth. If I do 1 ETH is 500 bee honey. So 1 ETH we know is trading about 1850 right now, or yeah, in between $1,800 and $1,900. So 1 ETH, you know, almost 1850 is 507 bee honey. So if you go back up here and take a look at this, 1 ETH is 500. You can see that this is almost 1.5 ETH, and this is just over 1 ETH for 600, right? So 1 ETH is 500, so that's 6 ETH. This is 6 ETH in bee honey, and this one is 125 ETH. Just crazy numbers for this auction. Wild stuff. Just amazing. So I'm going to leave that there. I hope everybody comes back and watches what's going on. I'm going to leave some background music on so you guys can enjoy that. And we'll see you on the other side.
enables on and off ramps that can be as simple as you want them to be, or can be a bit more complex. Like you can mix anything. It could be peer-to-peer and allow easy or trustless peer-to-peer transactions, but it could also use APIs for banking in stable places. Like when you talk about peer-to-peer, it doesn't need to be a ton of people or always humans. It can be APIs or other systems. But just to wrap that up, I think that getting to that point and that types of access layers will remove the dependency on centralized exchanges. It will actually remove pressure on centralized exchanges because it will force the hand of people to adopt a more free stance. Because at that point, it's just another protocol. Like you cannot stop access. And I think that it needs to get to that point where anyone as kind of a right has access to go in and out of any financial service they want. And one of my personal opinions is that I think that eventually fiat currencies are essentially a product. So basically your country's currency should be a product, and you should by choice be able to hold that currency. They shouldn't force you not to be able to exchange it or stay with it. They shouldn't force you or be able to take it away from you. Like if they're doing a good job, you will have that currency. But if they're doing a shitty job, they'll lose their customers and transition to other forms of wealth and value. So that's pretty much it.
Thank you, Jorge. So there are economic needs and opportunities all over the world, including in the United States. And I would love for Link to talk about his work as a blockchain educator focused on underserved communities. So talk to us more about the disparities that you are trying to address in this space.
I'd love to. Before I do, I just want to give a bit of a disclaimer. I'm a disruptor, and I like to speak about things that are uncomfortable.
I thought you were going to say you were going to change the questions.
No, is everybody awake? I just want to make sure everybody's awake. Y'all awake? Come on. I know we're talking about finances, but let's make this fun. Let's have a social impact in here. All right, bet. I'm going to start the wave. Okay, you ready? You start. Everybody, put your feet down on the ground. Put your feet on the ground, Ty. All right, let's go. You go. Get up. There we are. We have it. There you go. Everybody, yeah! Bee-haw! Nah, but seriously, no seriousness. I like to have difficult conversations because I see things from various scopes. I'm not one of those people who only see things from my side of the fence, right? So when you're talking about social impact and education, educating these people who are disenfranchised, we can call that what it is, the number one thing that we need to focus on is educating them mentally. And the way that they think about themselves. Because I could teach a disenfranchised people how to be wealthy, but if they believe that they should be disenfranchised, I'm casting jewels among swine, as they say, right? So we get into these spheres, and we start talking about all of the advancement, but we're leaving behind people mentally. Mentally, these people aren't there because they've experienced so much trauma and been bombarded by that trauma. And even with the comment earlier about New York and being from New York and people being angry, like, why are all the Indians coming and getting all the jobs, all the da-da-da-da, right? I mean, we're from New York, so like we know it is, right? But we don't look at the fact that, hey, bro, you work at McDonald's. And there's nothing wrong with that, but it's like, if you don't want to work at McDonald's anymore and you want to compete with people from Southeast Asia, then go do the same crap. $300 for tuition? And I was complaining because my father's GI Bill was paying my tuition and I didn't have enough for my refund to get what I wanted. Like, I feel so stupid. I'm serious. And so we have to change that mindset first. So we get into all the coolness. We're marketing to all these people what we like, what we think can do for them. And when we come back into the hoods, I started this because I was in the military. I kept getting deployed. Well, I kept going to different countries, TV-wise or whatever, and I would come back home and look for my brother, and I'd be told again he was locked up. And I wanted him to stop going to prison. That's why I started teaching this. So every person I teach, I look at them like my brother. I look at them the way that I look at my brother. I looked at my brother, but if he didn't want that, and at first he didn't, he wanted to be in the streets. So I had to wait until I was almost out of the military for him to be like, bro, little brother, I'm his little brother. He's 13 years older than me. Bro, what's up, man? What's up with this crypto stuff? And then it started to click. And then he started to make more money in crypto than he was making in the streets. And then he started to put on the kids who were selling drugs for him. Let's keep it a buck. And they started to make money in crypto. And then they started to build enterprise in their neighborhoods. That's a mindset shift. And you can't do it. I'm sorry. You can't do it. You can't do it. Like, you can't come into these areas as much as you may love our people. You can't come into, we got to do it. We got to do it. And so we talk about social impact and all these social coins and these NFTs and stuff, but we forget about the people who form the social constructs. And we talk about that guy who had that mindset. I want to build my community. But in our communities, okay, so we got to get there first before we can get to the individual who has a 6 ETH NFT and wants to share it with his community and make as much money off of it so that he can feed his community. So when we talk about these social impact things, it's like, all right, yes, that's why I started. I started because I want our people to see themselves as the creators that they are. If you're talking about creating something and completely removing the middleman, I'm sorry, but we've created a lot that's been stolen from us. So we have to remove that middleman. And it's not just our people. You guys have created stuff that's been stolen. How many times you had a thought and you're like, bro, I think I really need to do this. And then your homeboy's on Facebook talking about what he's about to do. And you're like, yo, I just told you that. I just told you that. So that's what I'm saying. We have to have control over what we emit, what we produce. Because when we control it, nobody's standing over us. Hey, you got 8 hours, you got to work, you go on your break at 12, you got a 15-minute over here. You're looking at them like, dang, okay, all right. And they're making millions off of your product. You produce that, whether you're punching buttons at McDonald's or you're building, programs. How many programmers have been stolen from? How much code has been stolen? So that's what I'm saying. We need to. That's the social impact. That's what I start with. Is teaching people first off to change their mindset, and once they change their mindset, they see everything that they create as a product or service, and that is when you're ready for Web3.
All right, now last but not least, we have Akasha. And I got to tell you, I met Akasha this morning, and Akasha is doing amazing things. He is building a school in Dallas to promote Web3 adoption. He is a doer. And so I asked him to be on this panel at the last minute, and he said yes. So can you please tell us a little bit about your work and why you're doing it?
First off, I'm humbled for the opportunity to be able to speak to you guys. Part of the reason I'm here is because of this guy. It's my brother.
That just about sums up our relationship. We're done here.
Oh man. So, social impact, right? My mom said never trust a man with no message, right? And this crypto journey for me is a little bit different because I've been here since 2014, not necessarily here, but here. And I've watched the space develop over time, and all of the different ICO phase and the boom. Hey, getting scammed by what's that? Come on, man.
Which one?
Come on.
We got scammed a lot.
Come on.
At the beginning. We got Mount Gox. Mount Gox, you remember that one?
Not just that one. I mean,
Cryptopia. I lost 70 grand on Cryptopia. It's a scam. It's a scam.
No.
Yeah.
NFTconnect. Oh my God. Hey, so nah. So overall, it's like education to me in this space is extremely important because How do you protect something where you don't even know where it begins or where it ends or what's new? How do you even know you're innovating? Right? So when we say, all right, we have a school based on blockchain technology, we're not saying we're creating something new. We're building a space where, hey, you're extremely skilled at X, Y, and Z, and the young lady here may have a focus on community drive or development or whatever, and the man in the back has a video camera. What makes crypto or Web3 space important, or how do we build something new if we don't even know who we are? So, what is your identity? Right? So, you can't create a society without knowing who you are. And if you don't know who you are, you don't know how you belong. And if you don't know how you belong, you don't know how to build. So, what is your contribution?
Awesome. So I actually have a question for everybody here. Raise your hand if you have an interest in making a social impact through Web3. So most hands are raised. Awesome. So my next question then is for the panel. What advice do you have? What suggestions do you have? What can people do? And one of my favorite sayings is, I can't do everything, but I can do some things. I'm not going to let what I can't do get in the way of what I can do. So even if it's small, what are some suggestions that you have for folks who really want to make an impact in Web3?
May I start?
Please do, sir.
These gentlemen right here, what they talked about resonates with me, not from their perspective, but from what I'm about to say. Get in your communities. Get out there, get face to face, be the boots on the ground. This is everything that this Social Beast community has taught me to make a difference in people's lives and to do it the right way. You have that one-on-one interaction, that face to face. I don't care if it's Zoom. I don't care if it's a telephone. Yes, Zoom works easier because it's video conferencing and you can do show and tell. I don't care if you go out to a local library and host a 1-hour session on how to set up a cryptocurrency wallet. Or if you go more advanced, go to 201. I mean, when your audience is ready for it, obviously. But get out in your communities and be that difference. Be that change in your own communities. Hopefully that inspires somebody today.
And that's something that I've experienced with Will, I've experienced it with Ray, I've experienced it with Dusty in terms of that one-on-one and support, and it really does make a difference. So you can definitely do something to help. Sonia.
So one of the things I have friends who are in their 40s. I'm 36. I have friends in their 40s. I remember once in Arizona, someone on stage said that, oh, if you're 35 and above, don't worry. You know, it's okay for you to be nervous because I'm 25. I had never felt old before that. But now suddenly I was like, oh damn, I'm 35. I was 35 then. You are. Well, I'm not well, yes, but you have actually helped onboard me, right? And I'm talking about females, mothers that I have spoken to about Web3, DeFi, and one of the things, like, I don't have kids of my own, but what's very important is teaching the next Gen Zers or Gen double alphas that we have been talking about the spirit of Web3. Because in a way, what they are reading today is like porn, right? Where you get your sex education from porn and you have these unrealistic expectations. And today, what the Gen Zs are reading and what catches their attention is, oh, you have this CryptoPunk or even a lot of the rock pools where people have made millions of dollars. But that's not what Web3 is about. It is about unlocking opportunities. It's about unlocking this entirely new ecosystem of financial system where A, everybody has an equal footing. B, you don't have the governments trying to take anything away from you. I'm not saying that the governments do a bad job.
Let's get on it.
Yeah. Well, you have to pay your taxes. You know, from Twitter Spaces, I've been one who's like, okay, I don't mind paying my taxes because being in India, where I still have to pay 40% in taxes, and being in US, I was telling Cynthia the other day, in India, if I get a heart attack, no one's going to come get me in 7 minutes. In US, that will happen. So you have to see that you know, where are your tax dollars going? So I personally, I hate paying the taxes on gas in California. But that being said, you know, you have to pay taxes when when you're getting the services in return. But that being said, the next Gen Zers, right? If they can really adopt it, and they are going to be the ones to adopt crypto more quicker, more faster than we can. And instead of them just listening to stories of how a 15-year-old made 50 million just selling NFTs, right? They need to hear stories of how an entire community got together, how the lives of people were transformed, right? And as you guys know, we had Snoop, you know, who is one of our first token holders, and one of the reasons I also appreciate him is because he broke out of the whole drug cycle and made something for himself. And these are the stories that need to be told to those Gen Zers and Gen Alpha so they understand that Web3 is about community. Web3 is about unlocking opportunities that have never even existed before. Web3 is about giving every disenfranchised community, minority, a voice at the table. Web3 is for everyone.
And before I continue to hear from my panel, I do want to just ask, does anybody have any comments or questions? We've got 7 minutes left. Kalu, I got to tell you, I am so impressed with this young person here. I mean, talk about the future of Web3. Can we get a microphone for Kalu? Come on up here.
All right, this is just right here, like this is touching me. You feel me? So I had to come up here and say something. You, my man, he laid it down. He laid it down
all day.
He laid it down, and you put action to it. I just wanted to. My comment was because you asked the question.
She's here to answer the question.
I'm here to answer the question. I'm here to answer the question.
Let's do it.
Because you asked for suggestions. You asked for suggestions, and I got the answers. So, allies, like he said, y'all can't do it for us. We're here. We're existing. Like I said last night, we're here. My people is here. We're here. So you can't do it for us. But you can help participate in us trying to get there. Because we are being gaslighted. You know what I'm saying? We are getting excluded from events and stuff like that in real life. And a lot of these influencers... A lot of these influencers are enabling it. You know what I'm saying? That's a dead mission with me and the rest of us that's on here and that's speaking on it. You know what I'm saying? So when y'all see something, say something. When something is wrong and you see somebody getting attacked, say something about it. Because I'm going to be 100 with you. And y'all know this very much well. They're going to hear y'all before they hear our voices. There's a reason why Black Lives Matter. There's a reason why we're sitting here and advocating for it as hard as we are. Because we're tired. You know what I'm saying? And this is a whole new application of technology that can shift a lot for our community. Not just our community, but for their community and for people that's not even in this room or know anything about it. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm doing in this space specifically. I'm building my own table. Like I was saying last night, NFT NYC, they completely blacken our people out. Like, they're not putting us in those rooms with the people that got millions of dollars and the big collectors and the big investors and the big influencers. They're not doing it for us. But we're the culture. So if you know, you know. You're going to have to mess with us to gain that attraction from the rest of the world. We're not going to give that to y'all for free. And if you're not going to help us, we're going to do it ourselves. And we are. And we are. But as an ally, we're not going to exclude y'all. But don't just try to like do it on no excuse my language, half-ass shit. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely.
So
Get out a round of applause. Get out a round of applause. And I just want to, can I give my comment to that? Actually, it's to what you said, to the last thing that you said, as far as suggestions.
And I think that that was a great demonstration of what my suggestion was going to be, which was that we no longer have to beg. Like, I'm working on something called Web3 is your Emancipation Proclamation. And when you hear it out and read it and look at it and parse through it, everything that we've been saying, we've been trying to do since the 70s and these eras, right? We can actually do it. And we can do it with other people who want to help us do it. And they don't care about any of the other stuff that we have made an issue. All of us, everybody in this room has made race, gender, religion. All of us are complicit. So when you're behind that Web3 wall, if you will, and then you realize, when you're behind the wall, everybody's cool, everybody's equal. Then you get into IRL and you're like, oh, Will, you a white guy? I ain't even know. And I still don't care. That's the mindset. That's my. Oh, I left him hanging. My bad. That's my suggestion with this. Do analysis. Look for the things that move you, and make sure that everyone is. Don't look at who they are, what they look like. Are they all on the same accord? Do your analysis. Do your due diligence, and that's it.
Awesome. Thank you. Ty?
All right, we're back. One thing I'll say, just suggestion for this to all happen. I went down a rabbit hole with Natasha in Arizona, and we kind of hit it here. And if we were really looking at mass adoption, especially in developing areas, at least outside of the United States that I've been, it's like we have to understand where we're at, and we got to take it back 100 times. Like, realize we're in this space and we understand in a sense what the hell we're talking about. But when you're talking to someone that doesn't even know what crypto is, doesn't even know what blockchain is, NFTs, like, you can go over their head like that. And so, like, when you go over someone's head, they do this. They, oh yeah, oh that's, and then they go, oh, that's cool. But because they didn't understand anything you were saying. So the better we can dumb it down in a sense to where we started when we started learning, and being able to make that connection, because the more we keep talking over people's heads, the slower adoption is going to happen. And then secondly, the grandma on WhatsApp got brought up, and I was like, yeah, that's facts, because we do need to think of building things for grandma. Like, how can we make it seamless to where she's using the application, but she don't know she's using crypto. She doesn't know she's in NFTs. Both sides of that will increase adoption and help developing areas also get adoption.
All right. Thank you so much, Ty. One final remark. I think you have the floor, sir.
Yeah, so I only have one last thing to say, and that's like, if you meet someone where they're at, you can pretty much teach them how to make it their own. You understand what I'm saying? So find what it is that you love and make that, your Web3 experience.
All right.
I'm just gonna add one last thing, and talking about advice, and this is probably going to be the least exciting advice given from everyone here, but I think it needs to be said because it's not specific to Web3. I would agree first off with find something that's your passion that you want to focus on, and even if you don't know about it, if you're willing to learn, focus on that. And the next thing, be willing to fail. And the reason I say that is most people don't act on what they want to do because they're afraid they will fail. And right now, with all the information, everything, I think everyone can pretty much learn if they're willing to. And as long as you're willing to try, you can try again and pivot. No company, no project ever started being what it ended up being. They always have to pivot and change, and just being able to try is what matters the most. And if you think there's a lot of experts, most people who say they're experts usually aren't, and you're early enough that you'll be able to become an expert in the next couple years, especially in this Web3 ecosystem and new technologies.
Thank you, Jorge. We've got to wrap this up, and I'd like to thank the entire panel, Ty, Sonia, Will, Jorge, Link, and Okasha, and our special guest, Kaylu. Thanks for coming up, keeping it real for us. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you all.
All right, pausing for pictures. Thank you, Cynthia Overton, and your panel. That was awesome. All right, one more time. Let's hear a bee-haw real loud. 1, 2, 3. Bee-haw! Thank you all very much. All right, next coming up is Alex Wagner and his panel. So, Alex, come on up. Let's give a round of applause.
Can you hear me? Yes, you can. Last panel of the day, but definitely not least, we've got a panel on mental health, on self-care in Web3. We've got a bunch of juicy speakers for you guys. We've got Corey Clay, Will Torbett, Tyler Stockfield, Lauren Lee, some of you know her as Earth Daddy, and Sammy Ariaga. All right, I've got my questions out here. Now that we're all comfy, how you guys doing? You want to do a little quick 30 seconds of what you each do in this space and the perspective that you guys are going to be speaking from? We'll start with Tyler. Yeah.
All right. Hey, how's it going? So my name is Tyler. Many of you may know me as NFTs Anonymous on Twitter, or more recently, it's now just Anonymous or Anon's Voice. So I came into the space a little over a year and a half ago, and I was just, an NFT trader. I didn't have any crypto native experience, and I had a fair amount of success with minting projects early on. It led to being able to have more platform, social media, digital identity. I transitioned that into some marketing opportunities. I helped launch multiple projects, as well as one-of-one artists that I met through Clubhouse. And more recently, I am focused on multimedia and more of an activism approach. Definitely see some things with the Web3 space as a whole that I think are areas of opportunity. And I believe that it's kind of us as the early adopters, it's our responsibility to kind of set the example and lead the way. So that's really my ethos, the type of platform that I'm focusing on for the future. And recently, I actually signed an agreement with SoulRich, which is a multimedia company that is focusing on Web3.
Let's go.
What did you want to know about me, Alex?
I feel like everyone here already knows you, man.
A lot of people do. A lot of people do.
Just a quick.
Yeah.
What's popping?
So, perspective I operate from. I worked in corporate America and small businesses for 26 years of my life as a business strategist. I was able to successfully transition that into my own business for myself when I first started learning about cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology. I think we came up with a good term this morning. I know my banner on Twitter for this event says Web3 influencer, but now I think I'm going to embrace the term that was thrown out at me this morning. I'm going to be a Web3 evangelist. I'm going to bring the good word about Web3 and blockchain technology to everybody I interact with as often as I can. So that's where I'm coming from.
Ooh, I figured that out. I'm doing Web3 and I can't operate a mic. Too much. I'm Corey. I'm just your average woman. I found. Thank you. Thank you so much. I found Web3 through, like most people, through crypto about 2.5 years ago. Where I was just really, really struggling, having lived through, two recessions and just trying to figure out like what the heck, how does this work? How do people make this work? And figured out that this was the way, and became very passionate about it. And like Will, just decided that I was going to be a Web3 world changer and just tell everybody and their mother about what an opportunity this was, and just spread the word, because this opportunity um, is such that it is the greatest chance that we have to transfer wealth in that I have known. And I just wanted to share that with other people. So that's what I do. I was blessed and privileged to get with a company out of San Diego called Cryptonaires, that is a crypto education company, and become a data research analyst for them. And now I just go around talk about Web3.
Sweet.
What's going on, y'all? Nice to meet you guys. My name is Sammy Arriaga. I'm a singer-songwriter based in Nashville. I'm originally from Miami, Florida. My whole family is from the island of Cuba. Yo soy Latino. Any Latinos in the house? Épale, que rico, cubanito. So I'm like super Cuban at heart, but living in Nashville for 12 years, it's kind of prevented me from being the Cuban that I really am. As you guys know, it's very south, and you gotta wear your boots and you gotta wear your cowboy hat, But I moved to Nashville in 2011 to pursue country music because I felt like there was a huge void for the Hispanic market in country music. There's not a lot of artists currently representing our culture in the genre, and so I moved to Nashville to pursue that. And it was tough. It was really tough because it's their way or the highway. You know what I'm saying? So unless something on TikTok goes viral, they ain't letting you in. That's just the way it is. So after years of just constantly, trying my best and doing the whole social media thing, I got a deal with Sony Music in 2015. That was short-lived because I didn't like the way they handled my project and they didn't understand my vision. And I unleashed the Cuban and they let me go. They couldn't handle it. So thank God they let me go. They could have just shelved me, but they didn't. They let me go. So I've been independent since 2017. Been just dropping songs on Spotify. Today we have about over 30 million independent music streams on Spotify and Apple Music, which is pretty dope. Very blessed to be in the position I'm in. And one of my best friends from back home, who I used to do music with, he graced me with the Web3 seed last October. And he's like, man, your following is such a, they're very cult like. They're very, they love you, like they're there for you all the time. And I think Web3 and like your fan base would be like a no-brainer. So me being the obsessive person that I am, I dove in headfirst into Web3, and in about 6 months, it took me about 4 to 5 months to like really understand the space and start actually pushing my music through the blockchain and Web3. I dropped my first music NFT collection in February. It was a collection of 1,500 music NFTs. We sold 1,000 units in under 48 hours, and we sold the other 500 in a little bit over 2 weeks. Very, very, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Just from an independent artist's point of view, I mean, that's just, it's very humbling to be able to find a community that just wants to invest in me and in this vision that I've been putting together over so many years. And the fact that now my fan is not just a consumer, but now they're an investor in what I do. As I grow, they grow with me. It's kind of like a rebirth. Like I'm almost starting music all over again. And so, yeah, that's me. I'm Sammy, and I'll just stop yapping because I'll just keep going.
Hi. Hey everyone, I'm Lauren Mitchell, Earth Daddy on Twitter. Hit me up.
I'm pretty new to this scene of like NFT Twitter and the community that we've all created around it, but I'm not new to crypto. I've been in it for a while, but we were all on Reddit and doing our thing back in the day. So I'm like, now I'm kind of jumping into more of the community side on Twitter and seeing all the trends. And that's been an interesting process for me. I came to the space from Web 2, like e commerce. That was my deal, has been full time for the last 5 years, creating my own stores, running my own stores, building my own team, hiring employees. And so from that world, what I really recognized coming into Web3 was wow, marketing is a little bit messed up. Like in Web 2, it's all about kind of manipulating people and kind of telling them, like, these are your insecurities and this is what you need to buy in order to overcome your insecurities. And I think like when I was in Web 2, I didn't really realize how messed up that was. And in Web 3, it's all about really building with each other. And we can get to the top by working alongside of each other instead of kind of stepping on each other to get where we want to be and calling out insecurities and all of that. So that's been very encouraging to me. So that's kind of what brought me into the Web3 space, was this idea of like, oh, I can do marketing differently. I don't have to rely so much on kind of these old marketing tactics that really ran business in that world. But when I got to Web3, I was a little disappointed. I'm not going to be honest, because I came into the space and I've kind of been understanding that like influencers run the show. Influencers are kind of screwing over normal people right now. And there's a lot of dumping going on the like on normal humans, right? That are just in the space like trying to figure out what in the world is going on, and they're kind of getting screwed over. And so I'm a little bit of an activist at heart. So I took a stand and started being very vocal on Twitter. And so we started like this Save Web3 movement, really about like exposing these influencer pump and dumps, a bot fronted pump and dumps. And let me tell you guys, we've been enemy number one on Twitter now for the past 2 weeks since calling out this stuff. It's been like crazy. People are out for us. But I genuinely believe that when you mobilize a bunch of normal people, you can actually have a say, and we're responsible for moving the culture forward and for actually claiming that vision that we all had coming from Web 2. Like we have a vision of a better future and a vision where we all rise together. So for me, like I don't really care so much about some of the hate that we're getting in this culture. I'm really here for responsible influencing. So that's a topic that I want to discuss more. I also want to discuss the mental health stuff of how people are being affected, kind of like specifically within like the NFT Twitter realm that kind of appears to be running the show. So I'm excited to be here.
Wonderful. Now that you guys know we have a bunch of amazing humans on this panel, we're going to start by defining the problem here. So mental health, we see a lot of issues in the space. I personally had a friend a couple of weeks ago who got rugged and just, like went out into his shed and just broke a bunch of rakes. So there's definitely some there's definitely some work to do on mental health and self-care in the space. So where do we start? What are some of the problems that need fixing?
Open discussion. Anybody can start.
Open discussion. Anyone can just go off.
I'll go first if you don't mind. And I know that doesn't surprise a lot of you in the audience because I like to insert myself in conversations where I see that I add value. I know. It starts with teaching people how to emotionally detach themselves from their finances. I work in my Web 2 world a lot in the financial space, and that was one of the first lessons I was taught when I first thought I wanted to be a day trader. Options, calls, puts, you never want to be naked in the market. You always want to be covered, right? So decentralized finance gives us that opportunity to teach people how to no longer be emotionally attached to their finances. Because the way I look at it from my perspective, the US dollar is no longer money. It's just currency. Let that sink in for a minute. It's no longer money. It's currency. Money, the definition of money, means store of value. The US dollar, in my opinion, is no longer a store of value. Cryptocurrencies are a store of value. Yeah, so I think that's one problem that causes a lot of mental health meltdowns, to be perfectly frank and honest, in this space or in any financial space for that matter, is the emotional attachment associated with finances.
So I'm gonna hop in here, and I'm gonna respectfully counter. I I think that there's a fine line when it comes to cryptocurrencies and NFT communities. I believe that NFT communities, that personally, I don't know if people should be investing in something that they don't truly believe in, something that they don't want to see build, see be sustainable, see, change people's lives. Um, I understand, the kind of like, the antithesis of that, which is cryptocurrency, and that it is a store of value. You are looking more at trends and at, that type of like traditional analysis. With Web3, at least for me personally, like I said, I've been in it for a year and a half, and I've been in a lot of different communities from their origin, including, like, most notably the Bored Ape Yacht Club. And whether it was timing, whether it was circumstance as far as the world around us, there was something very unique about the grassroots feel of that organic community at the beginning. Now, sure, there's definitely some coordination. There's marketing funnels. I understand that. I've come to realize that over the past year or so, that what you see on the surface isn't always what is really happening. However, I did take something away from that. Like, I am no longer a part of that community, because I do feel its values changed. I do feel the culture of it changed, but that there was something really special about how it made me feel and what it did for my mental health, for my empowerment, for my belief that there were people that I could identify with and actually connect on an emotional level, but also like a philosophical level of how what ideals, what values we all share. And so I think that there is value in having emotional attachment to Web3 communities specifically.
Let me jump in here too. I think a lot of the problems that have been created in terms of mental health in Web3 have just been us. It's that whole Web2 leftover stuff that we've kind of taken. Money doesn't sleep. Is one of the ones that we say all the time. I'll sleep when I die. All of those crazy kinds of things and mentalities that have created this kind of, nonstop, we can't ever shut off or shut down because, we all going to make it. And that is toxic because we're still human. We're not robots. We the machine this body has to rest. We have to create spaces where we don't, teach people that in order to, get wealthy, you just never stop. Because that's just untrue. So, there's this running joke that Web3 means you only get 3 hours of sleep every night, or Web3 means you're up to 3 a.m. every night. And that's simply not true. So we need to start, dispelling these myths that we as a community have created and create more ones that are helpful that actually support our mental health.
I love that. I love that. Things in culture definitely need to change. I want to hear from Lauren a little bit on culture, because if some of you who are deep in NFT Twitter know the toxicity of it, and you've been through
Let's talk about it.
you've been through
I'm
quite a bit of the
excited.
toxicity of
Yeah.
deep NFT culture.
Yeah, I think that there's a critical difference to be made between NFT Twitter and Web3. And we need to talk about that more because right now the two are kind of like one and the same. We think that in order to be big in Web3, we have to like have a platform on NFT Twitter. And so I think that the first kind of step to solving a lot of this is honestly realizing that you can be very successful in Web3 and in blockchain and all of that without being like huge on NFT Twitter. Like that's a very small, like weird little place that gets very toxic and strange. You do not have to be big there. I just posted about this the other day. I think that such a great example of this is the Gens Croquet Club that just popped off to a 15th floor. No presence on NFT Twitter. Zero. They have like under 7,000 followers. The DGen community was all crapping all over it. Like they were like, oh, this is gonna be nothing. But that community was built off of literally like a community that had already existed in real life. Individuals who wanted to learn e-commerce and other forms of passive income. And so these people all supported this NFT project completely off of Twitter, right? So I love that. I think that that's the place that we need to get to for mainstream adoption, to where we kind of take each other out of that like toxic Twitter algorithm world and begin creating things in real life so that our technology is supporting us as people, not the other way around. Not that we are supporting this project, but we don't even care about it. We're just here to flip something. Instead, it should be building value that supports us in our real lives. So I think that once we make that distinction, that's really going to help.
I'm gonna hop in real quick on that just because. So Lauren and I actually represent Save Web3, that campaign together. And so we've definitely been sharing in some of the disdain, some of the backlash from the NFT Twitter community. Well, a lot of that is because they're realizing that their platforms, their identities, which really are just being quote unquote influencers, or part of my language, shit posters, as it's called in the crypto or NFT space, that's all they are. And there's a lot of coordination that happens there. And I'm sure there's coordination above that, even with the VCs, but that's another topic. But when it comes to the influencer side of Web3, I definitely identify with Lauren. That's why we got into the campaign together, is that there's definitely inequalities, there's inconsistencies, and they're purposely being clouded and veiled and disguised to make it seem like, these people are your friends, these people are, your entertainment. No, in reality, like she said before, they're dumping on you. You are their exit liquidity. And that is not what's going to help introduce more people to this space, to this, grand decentralized movement overall. That's what's scaring them away. That's why everyone thinks that, crypto as a whole, and especially NFTs, are a scam. It's because there are people that are treating it as such, and that's all they're trying to get out of it, is that short-term gain. And they are okay with quote unquote influencing others in a very negative fashion.
So that was amazing. That was amazing. Influencers, the top influencers definitely need some moving around in the space. So now I want to take the discussion more of what are the solutions direction. And I want to start with a quote that Bob Proctor would always tell us in class. And it's, you do not get rich by doing certain things. You get rich by doing things in a certain way. And riches doesn't necessarily mean money. It can be whatever you value, lifestyle, relationships. It could be material wealth. But what is the certain way that Web3 should be operating? What is the certain way people should be going about Web3? What is the paradigm that people should be approaching it with, and the solutions that should be implemented in order for us to have a wonderful, successful Web3 when we're actually gonna wag me?
I'll start.
Go ahead.
Thanks for that. I have an acronym, and it's breathe. So let everybody just take a really deep breath, because we take shallow breaths all day long. Just from the nose, and just feel it all the way down to the toes. Doesn't that feel good? It's just a natural way to just ground yourself in your body and de-stress. And when we don't equate technology with our natural physiological rhythms, but we could. What if we decided that we wanted to make Web3 and this technology the most natural, integrative thing in the world? We could do that. So breathe. I got my notes here because it's been a long day. The B is break. Take a break. It's very crucial to your mental health to take a break. And I know that Web3, we know how quickly things move, and we think we're going to miss something. That FOMO, fear of missing out, is a false reality. It just isn't true. If you miss one bus, the next one is coming along. I can assure you that it is. So make sure that you take a break and find balance. That work-life balance is true in Web3 as it is anywhere else. The R is rest. You need more than 3 hours of sleep. You got to get to bed, close those eyelids, stay off of your computer, put away your social media, apps, all of that stuff. Just cut it off when you need to do that. Make sure you're getting the proper rest and proper sleep. And I know we're building and all of that good stuff, but it is very key that we do this. The E is make sure that you're eating. I have gone through entire days on my computer online doing something with NFTs or crypto, and I have just forgotten to even feed myself or to nurture and nourish my body. So make sure that you're eating and exercising. And that doesn't mean you have to run a marathon. It could just mean getting up and stretching at least, every half hour if you're going to, have your eyes glued to your computer or whatever it is. The A in breathe is affirm and assess. And the way to do that is asking yourself these key questions. Do I have a good work life balance? Am I maybe a little bit over the top here? Am I approaching burnout? Not waiting till you are burnt out to then ask yourself that question. But before it happens, recognizing that it is happening. And the way to do that is to make sure that you are in touch with what's happening with your body. And then the T in breathe is train. Train yourself to recognize when you are approaching burnout so that it doesn't happen. And be proactive and very protective of yourself and your energy. The H is hydrate because we forget to just drink water. Very, very important to clear mind, clearing up brain fog, and just you can't even make good financial decisions if you're stressed and in a mental fog. And then the E is evolving and emoting. Work out what is working and what isn't working. And evolve, change your routine if you need to do that is very, very key. And emoting is finding a community like the bees or a tribe and talking to folks who understand what you're going through because sometimes our families don't. They don't know about crypto, Web3, NFTs. So making sure that you have a community that you can emote to, talk with is important. So that is my solution.
I love that. Yeah, that's amazing. I love that very much. I actually have to apply it. BREATH. Good reminder. Yeah, like I said earlier, I have a very obsessive personality. So when I dove in October, Twitter Spaces was all I did. I mean, I literally had AirPods in my head like every day, all day. I mean, I'd have to talk to my parents and be like, because I had this somebody talking to me over here, and then my parents talking, but it was bad. I mean, but I was literally like spending hours and hours with a whole new community of people from all over the world, and I kind of planted the seed to them that I do music, and so I wouldn't necessarily ask them if I could sing. I would just like hang out, and they would just invite me like, "Hey, we're gonna take a break to stretch and drink water. Sammy, do you want to like sing a song?" And anytime I had the opportunity to sing, I would just put my phone, take my AirPod off, use the actual phone speaker, and like pull out my guitar and legitimately just sing all my songs. And for doing that, after 6 months, I developed a little, music community that came through for me during my first drop. But going back to how to bring back value, using Web3 is be an educator, be somebody who is not afraid to onboard and is not selfish with the alpha. Like I myself with Nashville, I have a little bit of a different mentality because being in Nashville for 12 years and being told no for so many years, I'm a little more like I guess protective of who I meet with. But I'm not afraid to go to coffee and teach somebody who's passionate about the space because just that little split 15 minutes that you took to educate them can potentially change their life forever. And as a musician, I truly see Web3 being the destruction of record labels and like the another chance for the modern day songwriter to retain ownership of their beautiful work and create their own companies, build their own businesses, have their own teammates, and build their own village without being sucked dry. These labels literally take 85%. Once you sign to a Sony or a Universal or Warner, they literally take minimum 85% of everything you ever do for the rest until you recoup. And sometimes these artists never do recoup. So the fact that Web3, your community is your label. They literally are there feeding you, investing in you. And the more that you grow yourself, the more they grow with you. So don't be afraid to educate. That's all I got to say.
So I guess I can definitely speak to it's Color Me Crypto, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. That's how I know you. Yes. So I can definitely speak to what you were with your acronym there, Breathe. And similar to Sammy, I really, really need to apply it better myself. Um, Probably averaging less than 4 hours of sleep a night, like legitimately. I'm on social media at least 6 to 8 hours a day. It's definitely not healthy. It feels like it has purpose and that I am doing it because I'm passionate, but there does need to be more balance. There does need to be more time away. You do have to stay grounded and remember kind of like when you are sucked into that social media vortex, those echo chambers, that's not the real world. I actually tweeted that out today that Twitter, what do I say? Something along the lines that Twitter is not an accurate portrayal of Web3 nor anything else. And I'm noticing that, again, it's creeping up on me more recently. There has been, unfortunately, a lot of violence around the country. And the way that Twitter is choosing to emphasize that is, it seems very toxifying. It seems like there is some sort of intent to scare and to make people fearful. Whatever that may be, whether it's control or divide or anything along those lines. It definitely was a reminder that I used that parallel to NFT Twitter and realized that the same type of patterns exist. So what I would say as far as the best way to approach Web3 is to get back to basics and find what you love, because financial freedom is one thing, but like actually feeling liberated and enjoying your life and getting the most sense of purpose out of it, that's an entirely different concept altogether.
Yeah, we need to remember that we can create whatever reality we desire. Like that gut feeling that you have inside of your gut that you deserve an amazing life and you deserve the things that you actually want. That's the truth. That's the true you. And it's easy to forget that if you don't take time going outside, walking in the space we call it touching grass, and go touch some grass. Go spend some time. Yeah, self-care, self-love. It's very important for you to continue creating what it is that matters for you. So my next question is what are some resources and some tips for people who could be going through some things mentally in the space? What are the places to go? Any certain Twitter spaces? I know Zeneca hosts a Twitter space on Thursdays at 5 o'clock Eastern every day, or every Thursday every week. That's a pretty good one. Any other resources?
Are you talking like from a digital presence or real life presence?
Great outdoors.
Let's do both.
Okay. Digital presence, crypto_swarm. We're running a 24/7 Twitter space right now. It's been running for over 22 days. It's always a great resource to come in, talk. If you need help, like professional help, we can help seek out those resources for you. But I think that, or I don't think, I know that having a well-rounded support system that feels like a family is very important to balance these day-to-day activities between the digital online world and the IRL or in real life world. From an in real life perspective, if you notice that maybe your behavior is a little bit off, maybe you're a little more snappy, maybe you don't respond to people the way that they expect you to, there are professional resources out there in the Web 2 world. And so I just encourage anybody that's dealing with anything, that's going through anything, seek out those resources. I know that they advertise them all the time on TV. If you're not plugged into TV, I'm sure you can find it on the internet. We're all pretty web surf savvy by now, I'm sure. But that's would be my suggestion.
Hello. Yeah, I think that the best resources are not going to be found in Web3, to be honest. Like, go outside for real. Like, go spend time with your friends. Make genuine connections with people in real life. That's very, very important. I feel like that's like hands down the best thing that can happen. And I've honestly like I feel like events like these are critical for us. Like we have to be in real life. Like I joke because I do have a certain level of social anxiety. So events like these kind of scare me. I'd much rather be behind my PFP and just kind of talking on Twitter Spaces. But I do think that this is incredibly important. And we're hosting Bali NFT Week. We're taking an international vacation just so all of us can reset and kind of relax on the beach and hang out and create genuine friendships. Because at the end of the day, if you're getting attacked on Twitter or you start a project and you fail because you don't have the business acumen yet or you're still learning certain things, you need to be able to have like friends that you know are in real life friends too, not just friends that'll dip on you because they don't really have any sort of real connection to you in the real world. So I think that in real life events are absolutely critical, and I'm excited that we've started to use technology now to put on in real life events. Like it's what I said earlier, like this technology should support our in real life existence, not the other way around. And I think that that's really like just the critical kind of turning point with all of this when we talk about mental health.
I'm also going to say to make a plan. Um, Protecting your mental health, your emotional health, your spiritual self is extremely important. As important or much more so than anything you're doing in any industry. So make a plan to make sure that you are protecting that. And that will include, making time for friends and family. That's going to include getting out into the great outdoors, making sure you're. Did I? I don't know. It could be that I just don't have it close enough. But yet make a plan that will support you and your mental health that includes taking healthy breaks. My daughter got married the 1st of May, my oldest daughter. And I helped to, plan the wedding. And if you've ever done that, you guys know that's serious work. So I had to take a break from what I was doing in Web3. I had to make a choice over what was my priority. And I do not regret that. We made some beautiful memories. We ended up in St. Lucia for her sharing her honeymoon with her. And the whole time I didn't touch my phone. And I cannot tell you how freeing and liberating that was. Yes, the temptation was there because it was just habit. But not doing it and just having that time that I was fully present, with my family and my friends meant everything. So make sure that you're doing that for yourself.
All right, so I'll say this. There's a reason why they invite people like us here. So first, I'm going to give a shout out to Alex and Quantum Society. You want to talk about resources? So I think that media is everywhere in our lives, and so it's really important. Like, what media are you identifying with? Are you engaging with, right? Whether it be with TikTok or Instagram or Facebook or wherever else, but for most of us here, it's Twitter. And so Twitter Spaces being really a forum or a medium for being able to have these open conversations with the community, be able to share some sort of message or purpose, or even just finding ways to share like different ideas and experiences with one another. Quantum Society is doing a great job with that, and there is like established curriculum, which I had it before, like I'll say it now. They are basically teaching people to they are helping people unlock to unleash their full potential. And go. Yeah, and inspired by Bob Proctor, like there's something of real substance there. And I feel that most of what is on social media, there's not much substance there. It's just there to distract you, quite honestly. And then self plug for a second as far as what we're doing with Soul Rich. So Soul Rich is aligning itself with like top tier entertainment and music industry resources that are fed up. They've had enough of the current system. They agree it's time for us to revolutionize as a community of people that see just a way for us to be more inclusive and more equitable towards everyone. So our content is going to focus on those like common interests, and we want to find common ground. We want to unify people. We want to inspire people. So basically, it's everything that you already see in the media, whether it be sports, music, personal development, market culture, anything of that nature. Except we're going to come at it with love, and we're going to come at it with just a very different approach than what many are used to. And I think that that's what Web3 is really all about, is being able to craft that identity, that content with your community, as opposed to trying to indoctrinate them with something that is one person's or one group's agenda.
When people find out the value inside of themselves and what they're actually capable of, I believe a byproduct is a lot of self-care and good mental health, because they realize the value is not in sitting in Twitter and like finding something or chasing something outside of you. The value is created from your internal state, from who you are and what you practice, and that creates, manifests, materializes, however you want to call it, your physical reality that you do want. And thank you, Tyler, for plugging QS. We coach people. We run a daily mindset training, give people that refreshment, that alignment towards their goals in our Discord. Sammy, you want to say something?
Man, that's just beautiful. I just don't have any words to say, man. I'm just in awe. I mean, there's so much wisdom on this stage right now. I've learned a lot in Web3. I mean, being from Web2 and like, being somebody who does social media and has been through the whole mental roller coaster of like seeing comments and like, I was told the other day, like on an Instagram video of me just promoting one of my songs. I was just singing along to one of my songs. Somebody put narcissist at its finest. And so like it's things like that I got to deal with on a daily basis. And then going through Twitter as well, and then Pinterest and TikTok. As a music artist, we got to post on all these platforms. So it's not just one, it's like 8 platforms. So it's really, really hard on the mental. And so one thing that I like to do is, I recently bought a fresh pair of sneaks, and I go to the park and I listen to lo-fi, and I just read poems, and I just find a good book, and I just drift away. You know what I mean? And I love going on night drives, put the windows down, and just breathe in that country air if you live in the country. But yeah, I got my ways of just kind of venting and getting it out. You know what I mean? Find that one thing that'll allow you to cope and just get it all out. And yeah, I mean that's what I like to do, at least. But like she said, like social media definitely ain't the way to go. I would stay away from that and apply breathe.
You have to remember, their comments are a representation of them and not a representation of you.
Correct. I always tell my friends, anybody who has the time to hate on you is because they don't got anything fun in their life to focus on.
Absolutely.
Anything, you see what I'm saying? Anything like eventful and productive in their life to focus on. So it's like it's almost a compliment to you. Correct.
Also, I just want to say, like, what benefit is it to gain the whole world and lose your soul? Like, even if we are going to become rich and famous off of Web3, if you don't have soul, you don't have anything. If you don't have respect and friendship, at the end of the day, you're going to be miserable. And I achieved a lot in the Web2 world at a very young age, and I was miserable. And I'll tell you guys that, like, I was miserable in a relationship sense and in a humanity sense, even though I had everything that I ever wanted. So I think it's really important for us to remember that without soul, we really don't have anything at the end of the day. So we can hold each other accountable to that.
Facts. We are spiritual beings living a human experience, not the other way around.
1000%, 1000%. And just something that just resonated with me. It's all about the relationships. I'll tell you, in the last 2 years, I have developed, fostered, and have embraced more meaningful relationships in this space because everybody is so like minded than I have ever in my entire life leading up to this point. So that's 49 years of not having as many meaningful relationships as I do now. So I know I'm mature enough to understand that anything tangible you cannot take with you. The only thing you can take with you are those relationships when you leave this physical realm.
This got deep fast, fam. This got existential up in here, but I'm living
You
for it. I love
you
that.
obviously haven't heard me on Twitter Spaces,
I'm
especially
obviously
at
joined.
11 a.m. Eastern. Sometimes we go really deep
All
that
right,
early.
all right, I'm gonna be here for it. I want to co-host.
All right, and the last question, to sum it up, what are some, because education is how we're gonna get over it. Education, raising awareness. That's how we're gonna get this message to people and get people taking care of themselves. What are some steps that need to be taken in that sense?
Say it one more time.
What do we need to do from an educational standpoint and from a raising awareness standpoint?
Yes, I'm very passionate about this. We need to educate people that stupid is not cute. I think on NFT Twitter, like we're almost like reveling in our degenness. Like I made the stupidest play today, and then it gets like 1,000 likes, and then like someone who made like actually a decent flip or a decent project gets like no attention. So I know that it's like easy to slap a like on like stupid, but let's not do that anymore. Like let's actually start rewarding creators and like one artists who are producing incredible work. Like share that instead of sharing like the shit posts, right? I'm very passionate about that because I think that this culture of like, oh yeah, this is stupid play, but like I'm down, I'm a degen, is actually like really hurting our culture. And it's the minority. And I think as we have mainstream adoption, we have actual industries and heads of industries that are coming here to revolutionize what has no longer been working for us in Web 2. They're not going to be playing around with shit posters. They're here for people that have talent and that who want to build. And so it's even a benefit to yourself to begin taking yourself seriously. And for me, when I first entered the space, like I had a very clear choice as a woman. And I'm so passionate about this. I could go on, but I'll keep it short, right? As a woman in the NFT Twitter space, you can play it both ways, right? You can kind of like, you can be serious and have real thoughts on the space, but no one's going to pay you any mind. Or you can just kind of play into the degen culture, objectify yourself, and instantly you'll have like 100,000 followers. All right. So I had like a very clear choice to make in terms of how I was going to present myself. And for me, I'm here for the long term. I'm here for the next 10, 20 years. Like that's the kind of stuff that I want to create with my team. Is something that's going to revolutionize how we see art and music. Like that's what I'm here for. So I had to make that choice of like, okay, maybe I won't have the clout, but I'm going to be kind of that revolutionary voice, and maybe that'll get some hate. Maybe people will come after me, and that's okay. So I think that we all have to kind of make that choice. How do we want to be perceived? And maybe it won't get the most engagement, but I'm asking you guys like to join with me and be okay with not getting as much engagement, because in the long term, you're actually going to be taken very seriously by people who want to put real money into the space.
I agree with that completely.
I just wanted to
every
just
time
add
I
a little
see,
bit to that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
just gonna say, every time I see one of those just pictures of some like crypto girl who's clearly not into crypto, just showing her cleavage with like 5,000 likes,
Right.
it irks me a little bit. Just I mean, it irks me a little more than a little bit.
As a woman, it really just pisses me off. I don't like to see that at all. But I just wanted to say, lead by example. I love him. He's my new mic manager. For sure. Yeah, he has a relationship with mics that I clearly do not. But yeah, leading by example, when people are coming to you talking about how they stayed up all night because they were trying to mint, or, I was in Discord and they're bragging about it, like, Lauren said, almost like this, glorification of doing these things that are definitely not supportive of our mental health. Lead by example by saying, yeah, get that rest, or maybe that's not cool, or maybe there's a different way that you could do that, or is that supporting your mental, emotional, and spiritual health? And if it's not, maybe you need to think about making a change, and then be the change that you want to see, where you're not supporting that kind of talk, you're not touting those myths that just aren't true, and you're actually being the balanced person that you want to see, and you're being the person in Web3 that you'd like all of us to be. So that's what I want to say.
I just had an inspired thought. We're taught all the time, if you're not having a fun, you're not doing it right. So get out there and have some fun. Damn it.
Thank you. It wasn't a question as much as a comment, and one thing that has actually helped me with my mental health in the space is being able to like ground myself in what my purpose and my dreams actually are. So it's like a lot of people fall in love with like the money aspect of it, but you can have people who are extremely successful or rich, and they I'm not even gonna use that word. They're just not happy within themselves, and when you ground yourself, or you have like a sturdy foundation, even if you bust your ass, you're on solid ground.
Yeah, isn't the point of getting money the freedom that it gets us? Like there's no point in sacrificing your freedom and then getting enslaved by this big energy ball of money that's screwing your life. Yeah, you just spurred a thought in my mind that just got me thinking in a different direction, but it was a good thought. So thank
We
you.
can
for
leave that one for the next panel.
Leave it for the next panel.
Thank you so much for
Well,
having us.
thank you, everybody. This was the self-care mental health panel. Have an
Very nice.
amazing, refreshing rest of your day. And remember, you're unlimited. You're an amazing human. You got to have fun, enjoy yourself, and have a wonderful day.
Very nice. Thank you, Alex Wagner and his panel. Speaking of fun and entertainment and music, we are still doing Crypto Jam tonight at the Blind Pig. Deanna Wheeler did have a medical emergency and ain't gonna make it. So, but we are still going to go to the Blind Pig afterwards. It's a very nice bar. Anybody ever been there? Downtown Austin, Texas, up on the patio. You can overlook the city. Great drinks. They are going to have music there, so that is happening. We do have one more short presentation left before we adjourn for the night. But again, we are still doing Crypto Jam tonight and tomorrow night. Tonight, the Blind Pig Pub. Tomorrow night, the Broken Spoke. So with that, we're going to bring Vince up to close out our night. Vince?
All right, so hello. Whatever this is, we have the team from Miracle Cash. You guys. Hello. Okay. I think it may be on now, or the volume may be somewhere. So without further ado, we have some great guys that Micah and Ray are going to come just give a chat about some of the work they've been doing. And I know it's a bit, what we want to do is really make sure that you guys get a chance to really understand some more of this like IRL sort of concept and what's going on. But so I figured what better way to find out a little bit more about it, because it is a little bit different than what we're doing most of the time. That we have them come up and give a bit of a chat about the real purpose and the real concepts that can really we can all understand. So with that, Micah.
Thank you so much. How's everybody doing tonight? We're wrapping it up. put in a hard day's work of listening. So, yeah, my name is Micah. I grew up, when I was 4 years old, my parents split up. I was in LA, and that resulted in me actually being flown out from Los Angeles to Sweden. And, I went through a kind of a family split up. My mom was she had a part-time job, so there was not a lot of money around in Sweden. My dad ended up having some success. So he ended up having enough money to fly us out, me and my sister, to the States every summer. So for me, money represented family and access. Had my dad not had the success that he had, which was he had a normal small business, I would have grown up without my father in my life. So growing up, I had a burning desire to succeed, to have enough money to do the things I wanted to do. I could connect that with access. So, I fought for many years to find that success. And I was in the audience when people were on stage, and I was seeing how it worked for them. And I was like, is it going to happen for me? I didn't know, but inside, there was this story of massive success. And I told myself, if I get to that place and I'm on that stage and I have that success, then I would dedicate my energy and time to help others do the same. So that's really what Cashflow NFT represents for me. I've had great success in the last few years, and it's a life-changing thing, and it's awesome. And that's what this industry can do for people. So I'm going to go through, what we're doing with Cashflow NFT, but it's a commitment to helping people find wealth. And I think from what I've been involved with my whole life, I think this platform is the most awesome platform for that purpose as well. So we're going to talk through this a little bit. So Cashflow NFT is a company that seeks and finds real assets. You can flip the page. And then we tokenize those assets. And the catalyst for this was really a company called Miracle Cash and More, which actually became part of before I launched Cashflow NFT. So we can go to the next slide. So what we're doing is working on behalf of the investors and then finding great real assets, investing in those. And then we're doing something called tokenizing those assets. I don't know if you guys have been hearing that term all day, maybe. By the way, what is Web3? I've just been trying to... No. So let's talk about Web 7.2. So, okay, let's go on to the next slide. So tokenization is basically a way that you can tie a real asset onto a token, and then that token serves as a proxy for that. So what we've done is we've taken the license for Spain for Miracle Cash and More, and we're basically paying out 70% of the profits that we get from Spain to our NFT collection. Is anyone familiar with Coinbase? What was the revenue of Coinbase last year? $7.2 million, which is awesome, right? But then we think, 7.2 million, where's that going? It's going to, a collection of a few people. And this is decentralization. This is crypto. So it's more fun when it goes to hundreds of people, maybe thousands of people. And that's what we're doing. That's what our aim is, right? So let's go to the next slide. So Miracle Cash and More, quickly. You guys can obviously see this in detail online, so I'm not going to be too long-winded about it, but they were founded in 2017, and they started building the platform to go to market and compete in a very, maybe competitive industry, you could say. So the way that I think of that is if you have there's a story, there's two men, they challenged these two men to saw down a tree, and they gave a saw to each one, And they go 3, 2, 1, go. And one of the guys runs to the tree and he starts sawing. And he's going for it, he's going for it, he's going for it. The other guy, he sits there, looks at the tree, looks at the saw, pulls out a sharpener, and he starts sharpening that blade. The other guy's breaking a sweat, and he's just sitting there calmly looking at each little saw edge, and he's just making it, as sharp as possible. The guy's halfway through, and the guy with the sharp saw now walks up, 3 pulls, tree falls, wins, right? So that's really what Miracle Cash and more is. This is 5.5 years of building an exchange that is far beyond anything that we've ever seen. And at this moment, that exchange is going live. So let's move to the next slide. And so our first store is here in Amsterdam, heart of Amsterdam. And if you understand how the Dutch work, you don't get a lease in the heart of Amsterdam if you don't have some serious business and a serious plan for that business. So the doors open there, and that's our entry into Europe. And because crypto is one of those businesses that have money flowing through it, you cannot be open on the street and not be compliant and regulated. So what that's doing is telling people crypto is real, because crypto is being sold in that store and the cops haven't come to close it down yet, right? So the idea behind this company is that with storefronts, we're able to reach people, we're able to talk to them face to face, we're able to educate them, teach them, and engage with them. And if you look at the industry, you have maybe 2% adoption, 3%. So the 98% that are coming, what do they need? They need that handholding. We've been talking about that all day. So here, they have that. So that's what's going to gain the trust. So we're going to have stores in every city, A, B, and C sizes. A is the largest stores. We can have social meetings there. You guys can come in and do an event there. We can stream across the world there. So this is access to the public. Go to the next slide. So how are you going to be compliant? Well, compliance is all about KYC and AML. That's what the government cares about. Anti-money laundering, know that customer and make sure they're not up to bad things. So the way you do that is you have to have the best of the best. So this company has Trulio, largest KYC company in the world, with a backup of identifying. Lloyd's of London is insuring Fireblocks wallets. We have General Bytes for the ATM machines. So this has been put together thoroughly to be approved by the governments of the world. Go to the next slide. So again, how do we get their business? Most of the volume is not going to come from our stores, but the trust is going to come from the stores. The access is going to come from the stores. People will go home, open up the website, log in, register, and do their trading on the site, knowing that if something is wrong, they can always walk down and talk to a crypto expert. So next slide. Again, this is what we're saying. There's trust there with the storefronts. It's also fun. When you guys see your first storefront, you're going to remember this day when I was talking about this, right? It's cool because we love this industry. Stores just make it more real. Go ahead. As far as real goes, for me, I did crypto for a long time before it turned into money. And then that day when I decided it was going to turn into money, I moved it to a BitPay card. I went to the ATM, put the card in there, punched in my code, and then all of a sudden out came a wad of cash. And I was like, wow, I want to do this. This is my industry, right? So one of the concerns people have is regulation. And open a store, is the government going to change their mind? Are they going to close this down? But once they've made their decision on what it's going to be, and that's the only countries that we go into is regulated countries, they're not going to backtrack on that. So We don't fear regulation, we embrace it because it has to be regulated. You know, if it's not regulated, bad things happen. So a certain amount of regulation is good, over regulation is not good. Next slide. So EU will come out with MiCA, which will be the regulations for all the EU countries. English courts just had a judgment in favor of NFTs. They're now officially property. So computer code is property. So go to the next slide. We can skip this one. So when I was talking about sharpening that blade, I was talking about that most crypto exchanges, if you guys are familiar, what do? They do buy and sell. So you can sell your fiat for crypto. You can also trade between coins, and you can do leverage trading. That's the crypto exchange that we have nowadays. But Miracle Cash and More is an exchange, but it's so much more than that. And obviously, no ATMs, we're not unfamiliar with that. But you know what's been created here is the machine that can accept crypto in a professional way. So when we talk about adoption, we say, well, what is adoption? Well, it's spending crypto in your daily life. And so you go, well, why hasn't the store started doing that? And you think, well, it's just a decision away. No, it's a technology away. You have to have the technology to do it. And Miracle Cash and More is the first company to have a functional machine that can actually convert any crypto to any fiat in the world. So it's been built to be able to function throughout the world and help these storefronts accept crypto. And so for me, I love that. I don't want to go into fiat to go do my shopping. I want to go straight and get my jacket with my crypto. That way I'm not going through banks to do that. So next slide. So then it comes to how are we going to help people become wealthy? Well, so if we get an opportunity to get behind something, especially in this space, that has the destiny of becoming the biggest in the world at the right time, then just by doing that, you get wealth. That's just how it is. If you were able to get behind Coinbase in its first 2 years or so, which no one called me to say, hey, there's this thing, Coinbase is going to be a multi-billion-dollar exchange. No one said that. But that's what this is. And the reason, one of the reasons this company is going to be so strong is that machine has no competitors. You know, so we've already done meetings with different companies that have thousands of locations. And when we show them what we have and what we can do, that meeting is not very long. It's a yes. So we're gonna this terminal will fly off the shelves. It will be in thousands and thousands of locations. Every time a transaction happens on there, we're gonna pay our NFT collection a commission on that. And it will be thousands of locations, trust me. Next. So that's what Blue Ocean is. It's when you can actually go into a marketplace, provide a service in a very powerful way, and no one else is competing for that business, then you have a Blue Ocean situation, and that's what we have with this company. The other thing then that I want to talk about is that we have products, so Miracle Cash has products. These are problem solvers. You know, one of the things is Miracle Home. That will help landlords and tenants do deals. So instead of the tenant have to qualify by having 5 references and having, you know, $15,000 to get the apartment they want, they can come through Miracle Home, and then we will guarantee the rent for the landlord for up to 2 years. But we can also allow that landlord to pull down rent for 24 months in advance. And so that gives the landlord the peace of mind to do the deal with the tenant, and the tenant can get access to places that maybe they wouldn't qualify for. The reason that, the biggest thing that, you know, Miracle Cash and More, where they came from and how it was born was a program that we call Miracle with Installments. And that's because the owner, Hakan, he's one of those guys that like to just solve problems, you know, financial problems. And in his prior career, he worked with a company that did data analytics and consumer credit. And in that space, you analyze a person if they're worthy to get funds. And it's based on, what have they done in the years leading up to that. And there's a certain percentage that you end up in. So 100 people apply, you're going to have 36 that actually get approved. Well, he rewrote that program and looked at the data differently, and he was able to increase that to 42%. And he was able to lower the percentage of people that didn't pay back the loan. So when he saw blockchain, he said, that's the missing piece to where I can actually be in control and in charge of this product, because I don't have to be a bank. So this product is there, and it allows, for the first time, a fintech company, to actually put funds in the hands of people that need it at that particular time on a purchase contract. So it mimics what the banks do, loan money, but we can do it now by giving a product, and then that product turns into the funds that they need to, do the car repair, tires on the car, dental work, whatever that may be. So that is such a powerful product. We did a deal in Turkey where we will be able to put a terminal in the post office that has 8,000 locations. We will also have signage that if you need funds, you can get it here in 8,000 locations. If we get one deal a day, that represents about $12 million a month in revenue for our company. And if that happens in Spain, then we get to pay out 70% of that to 540 NFTs, which is an insane number on just one deal. So that's how we will create, I think, a collection of, the most successful project ever to create wealth for individuals that need it. Around that, we're going to create that NFT club. The NFT club will continue to grow as a community. That community will not just have amazing people like yourselves, but it will have a lot of financial power. And with financial power, we can change the world a lot faster. That's always been my thing. That I love to help. I love to go down, on Thanksgiving and give food to the homeless and all that. But for me, I've been focused on getting myself into a position where there's a B in front of my wealth. And with that, there's some amazing changes that we can make together. So our NFT club is about world change. I'm about making sure that I help as many people as possible become wealthy, as many good people as possible become wealthy. And that's really what Cashflow NFT represents. We can flip through here. So our project right now is we tokenize Spain. Spain is an incredible market. $60 billion in transactional volume last year. That actually translates into 120 billion because there's half of it not reported. This year, we're probably at a quarter, 240 billion. So our goal is to, within 12 to 24 months, capture 10% of that market, which is a huge number. Let's go to the next slide. So yeah, 13%. Each NFT will get 0.13% of all sales in all of Spain. That also becomes a really huge number. Go to the next one. We know this, right? So these NFT projects were successful on just the basis of being an NFT itself. I don't think they started off with any kind of asset backing them, so I had to learn over time why that was. I had no idea. I was afraid of getting into any of it because I didn't understand it. Now I understand it, and Henry, I don't know, he's in the room, he was telling me, you're already doing it. Because we started a community, where we were teaching crypto every Saturday on Zoom, and that community kept growing, and it was a community. And I didn't understand it until I was, someone explained it to me. The owners of those NFTs are a community. I was like, oh, really? So I've been doing this, So our community is coming in behind our NFT, and we have an amazing culture. Great people helping each other in crypto. We've been doing it, for a long time. But so then that community is going to evolve into ours. I haven't revealed what our NFT character is yet, but it's going to be really cool. So, so then with that community, I think, we can safely say that it'll be a community of millionaires, but not a community that attracted millionaires, but a community that created them. And so we have a lot of fun stuff in store and in the plans for that. So that is kind of what it is. We have, I don't know, some images that I want to share with you, and then I'll wrap this up, and I know you guys are tired. Get on with it. But so, I actually became a franchise owner with Miracle Cash. This is the location in Berlin. So if you're ever in Berlin, it's a 300 square meter space. We're going to do amazing things in there. That's the first store that we have in Berlin. That will open at the end of this month. And this is kind of how the stores look. Very sort of Star Trek-y, futuristic. And that's the actual Amsterdam location. So that was a huge thing for us to open that up. And so that's sort of what it is. And if you guys want to find out more, we have that QR code. You can scan that. I have created a URL, which is austinmiracledeal.live. If you don't go there, austinmiracledeal.live is where you can see the actual, pitch that we do to our people who are interested in becoming part of this as owners, which is kind of a cool thing because you can go to Spain next year, Madrid, Barcelona, Mallorca. I walk into a store and you can say, I own part of this, proudly saying I own part of this. So that's a cool thing that we're doing. And then, we have an event at the end of this month. And then we're going to have our first NFT Club event next year in June. So you guys are all invited to be part of this movement. But look out for us. Watch what's about to take place. And I think it's going to be phenomenal. I think we're going to help this industry gain access to the public through word of mouth, face-to-face conversations. So thank you, everyone.
All right, excellent job. Make sure you come up and scan the QR code. Also, please make your way to the booth before you walk out of the building here and scan this QR code. But again, thanks everybody for coming out today. Tomorrow we have an action-packed day as well. Go home, go to your hotel, go to your Airbnb, change your clothes, and remember the Blind Pig Pub. Blind Pig Pub on the historic 6th Street. There's about 200 bars, but you'll be at the Blind Pig. Upstairs at the top, they have a rooftop patio up there with a very nice view, and they will have music for you. So please make your way over there when you get a chance. I think plan on being there around 8 o'clock, so gives you time to go freshen up and get ready and head on over there. So, and I do think we do want to do some live interviews for anybody that wants to stick around. I'm going to pass the mic over here shortly. But again, please stop by the booth right here, scan the QR code, sign the NFT. That's going to be turned over to an NFT. So you want to make sure that you sign that and you scan that code over there. Thanks to everybody that came out. Thanks to the great speaker panels. And we'll see you again tomorrow. With that, I'm going to hand it over.
If there's any speakers still in the lobby area, we are shooting a teaser video, kind of a sizzle reel for all of anyone who's been participating. This content has been amazing, and we wanted to introduce these speakers to the wider world. I'm going to be right out in the lobby there. I want 60 seconds from you before you go. Sizzle reel. Yes, the world needs to meet this incredible content that we've had here this weekend.